subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Gisela K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to continue with day 5 of the Chandler Halderson trial. We've been watching this trial which took place in 2022. Okay, so it happened in the beginning of January of 2022. The crime happened in July 1st of 2021, where a 23-year-old guy by the name of Chandler Halderson murdered his parents and dismembered them. So if you've never heard of this case before, please expand the description box and you can read more about it there. And you can also read why we're covering it now and all the questions we get all day so far. Welcome everyone. If you are watching live with me, today is January 1st of 2025. Happy New Year to all of you. We watched day 4 last year. And so today we're going to be continuing on with day 5. I very much look forward to watching this day with you. I hope that you are safe. I hope that you had a good time as well. And thanks for being here. Welcome also to all my moderators, patrons, members, and subscribers. If you haven't yet subscribed, I hope you will and join this community officially. It's free, and then you're a Grizzly. And if you wouldn't mind liking and sharing, that's always helpful as well. Okay, let's put this here. I have defluffed it a lot. Okay, there was a lot of fluff on this day. By that, if you're new here, it means I've obviously watching this trial from the past, so I can do this now, right? We cut out all the long pauses, there's paper flapping, long breaks, coffee breaks, lunch breaks, all of that. So I've spent some time making sure to chop out as much of that fluff as possible. Our trial footage, therefore, for today is 4 hours and 9 minutes. So if I chip in here and there, you can plan on about 4.5 hours together here. If, of course, you can't stay here for the whole time, don't worry about it. We always save your seat and you can always come back. All right, so are we ready? Here we go. Let's play this.
I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly if you could testify without a mask this morning. Is that all right with you?
Yes, that is.
Go ahead and remove your mask then, please. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Good morning. My name is Jessamy Torres, spelled Jessamy. Torres is Torres.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Could you tell us what the role of a lieutenant is, perhaps in contrast to we've already heard from maybe some deputies and some detectives? What is a lieutenant?
So a lieutenant is a supervisor over the deputies, detectives, sergeants. And in my opinion, my role as a supervisor is to assist the people that are doing the job, help them in any way that I can to do the best job that they can under those circumstances.
That's such a cool, unique name, Jessamy. I've never heard that name before, right? Jessamy Torres. Lieutenant Jessamy Torres takes the stand. As you can see, there's no fluff. We're just getting into it. Let's go. If you missed all the other days, they are all time-stamped for you. And what else did I want to say when I'm interrupting? I don't know now. Spacey Dove, thank you so much. Oh, I was going to say, there's already 1,200 Grizzlies here. Well done. Yeah, you guys? I thought you were going to be very, very bubbleless, which means tired. It also could mean hungover, but tired, all of that. But yeah, you are. Thank you for being here. Spacey Dub, I really appreciate that. Let's keep going here.
In early July of last year, were you asked to kind of perform in that role as a lieutenant regarding a few days of a search of the Irwin Road property here in Dane County?
Yes, I was.
And was that in relation to the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What was your role as one of these people out there who is maybe higher ranking? What was your role on the property?
Well, so I was out there 2 different days. And my role was just kind of to be the overall supervisor of the scene. Both days that I was present at the Irwin Road property, I primarily interacted with the property owners. They were very distraught and emotional. So I spent a lot of the majority of my time talking with them and trying to keep them calm so that the detectives and the deputies on scene could do their jobs.
So while we're going to hear probably a lot today from people who found things on the property, you weren't one of those people out physically digging through things most of the time?
Most of the time, correct.
Okay. What days, first of all, let's start with I think Detective Baverstock testified that the torso was found on the 8th. How long was the property kept, and when was it finally released back to Cress as out of the custody of the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
So we turned the property back over to Cress on Monday, July 12th.
Okay, so it was the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. At some points those days, the Sheriff's Department was out there from the finding of the torso to the release. It was within your purview or within your custody?
Yes.
Okay. And the property itself, could you describe the general property for us? I think the jury's seen pictures, but what was your view of the property?
So it was a rural property. There was a main residential building. There was an outbuilding, which would be best described as a large barn. There was a smaller outbuilding that held chickens. And then the property consisted of acreage, I would estimate, I don't know the exact number, but maybe 30 to 35 acres of varying topographical design. There was a large field with overgrowth that was maybe 12, 15 acres, and then surrounding that was wooded property.
And if we look at this map, which has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 57, when you talk about the field that was overgrowth, are you talking about this part of the image that's on the right side?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
I think you said you were out there for 2 days. Were there 2 main days of searches after the initial finding of things, the day of the torso and the garbage bin and things of that sort on the 8th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. After the torso and the garbage bin were found by Detective Baverstock on the 8th, were there 2 primary days of searching that occurred after that you were involved in?
Yes, 2 days that I was involved in. Saturday, July 10th in the morning, and then Monday, July 12th in the morning.
And could you give us let's start with, I suppose, just because we talked about it, the field. Was that field searched, that grassy field?
How did we go about doing that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask when this picture was taken?
Sure. And those are law enforcement vehicles out there. So sometime later, but while law enforcement was out there.
So the one field, I had actually spoke with Cress about it. She was letting it grow natural to try and bring back bee populations. So there was a large portion that had, I would say, need to waist high natural growth. There was some small shrubberies, there was thorns, there was tall grass. So on Saturday, July 10th was when we did a line search of that area.
And what do you mean by a line search?
So everyone that was there to assist that day, we briefed ahead of time out in the field near this barn. And then what we did was we lined up. We tried to maintain an equal distance amongst each officer, not too far, but not too close. And then we just systematically started at one end and walked in a line down till we got to the other end. If anyone saw anything that was of interest, they would say stop, and we'd all stop. If the line ever kind of got off canter where one side was, we would stop and reline up. And so we'd keep walking till we got to the end, kind of turn the line, rotate the line around where the last person was, and go back up.
Based on what you know or any of your knowledge, was anything of evidentiary value found in that big field?
No.
Going to maybe more the wooded portion, were the woods searched to the extent you could?
Yes, it was my understanding that the woods had been searched prior, that there had been detectives that had gone through there. But we also did, as we searched the field part, we also made our line kind of overlap with the wooded part, and it was common to, when we would turn, overlap, have someone overlap the last where that end person had gone to make sure that we aren't potentially missing anything.
It's so sorry that I paused on her eyes being closed. I just want to say that must have been so scary to do that search, thinking they're probably at this point now obviously searching for body parts because they found Bart Halderson's torso. So now they're doing all these line searches to make sure, well, are there any other body parts on this property? And I don't think they were. Stefan, you said happy 2025, Grizzlies, and Stefan he's an OG. You've been a member for 39 months. You've been here from the very beginning. Thank you so much, Stefan. My goodness. And yes, Grizzlies, happy 2025.
And absent what Detective Baverstock and the other detectives have maybe talked about finding the first day on the 8th, was anything found in the woods in your line search?
No, not on the day that I was there.
Now, there was a residence, a house on this property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that home searched at some point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So that home was also searched on Monday, July 12th.
The homeowner, was the homeowner there, Cress?
Yes, Cress was.
Okay. And was anything of evidentiary value related ultimately to the case found in the house?
No, no items of evidence were collected other than photographic evidence.
The driveway leading all the way through, I know it looked like a long, windy driveway down to the road. Was that area in general searched?
Yes, that would have been on Saturday, the 10th, when we did the land and the property search. We also covered that the land all the way down to the road, and we even walked along the roadway.
And I think we'll hear from that deputy later, but it'd be fair to say something of evidentiary value was found in that driveway up to the road search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now there's a shed, a barn on this property. Was that barn searched?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me, based on what you know, how many folks were searching it and maybe how they go about something like that?
So on Monday, July 12th, there was 6, myself, and then 6 deputies, well, 2 deputies and 4 detectives. So we briefed ahead of time, and the way that barn was searched was all 6 went in. I was in and out, asking if there's anything I could do to help or assist, but then also back at the residence with Cress. But the way the search was completed, as any search that I've been involved with, everyone coordinates and talks amongst themselves, and will start in an area and communicate with their partners. I'll start here, you start here, we'll meet in the middle, and they just kind of systematically go through the building, doing their best to cover searching every area that they can.
Can you describe this barn?
Yes, it was a large barn. I don't know the exact dimensions, but I would say it could probably have fit in maybe 12 cars. Inside the barn, there was a SUV parked. There were 2 tractors, the ones that have kind of a single seat tractor, farm tractor. There was also a workbench area. There was a lot of tools. In the center of the barn, there was piled high, various boxes and Tupperware containers, not Tupperware. What's the word I'm looking for?
Like storage?
The plastic boxes, like you put your.
We're all like, okay,
Decoration.
guess. Storage bins? Is that what she's talking about? Also, they're asking these questions as well because if you remember Cress's property, if you don't, then okay, check out day 1, 2, 3, and 4. We did some map time. Everything's timestamped for you. You can just skip to that and just have a look again, right? But if they were searching there on July 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, they missed the murder weapon that Chandler had hidden in that barn. So, the prosecution is making sure, because otherwise the defense, I suppose, would have a lot to work with there. Huh? It'd be like, well, then who put that there? Is there an accomplice? Is there another killer? Like, what do you mean? But he had hidden it behind a whole bunch of wooden planks and things, and it was quite a cluttered, Cress said it herself, it was quite a messy barn. So they missed that because he stashed that SKS rifle in there. Okay, so Trial TV Live, thank you for being here. You said, Happy New Year, Grizzly True Crime. Much love to you and all of the Grizzly. Thank you so much, and to you as well. CK, thank you so much. So that's why in those 5 days of searching, I think they were more focused on the line searches for potential body parts than the barn. But yeah, they did miss the murder weapon, and Cress found it in October, and then she called the police, and then they retrieved that.
And then there was also some high shelving along that had things stored there. A lot of old dusty tools.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that, the property released back to Cress on the 12th?
Yes.
When you left on the 12th, were you comfortable with the property had been searched at that time and giving it back to the homeowner?
Yes, I was comfortable that we'd done the best that we could. And had there been any question about, for me, whether we should stay longer, I would have told Cress we're going to stay longer.
Sure. At that stage in the investigation, were there other areas that needed to be searched by maybe even some of the same sheriff's deputies that were there?
Yes.
Just in general, what types of areas were you aware of that ultimately had to be searched?
My understanding, in addition to that property on Early Wind, there was the primary residence. There was some wooded DNR land. There was waterways. And then there was also a large landfill.
Sure. Were you later made aware, a couple months after your search, that the homeowner found a rifle in that barn?
Yes, I was.
And possible you missed it in the original search.
Yes.
Any explanation or what could you say about that?
What I could say about that is that I'm confident that the detectives and the deputies I was supervising that day were doing the best they could. It was a vast property. There was a lot of items in there. And if it was missed during our search, it was oversight or human error.
Sure. Sometimes searches aren't 100% effective.
I say we always do the best we can, but it would be naive to say we get 100% every time. We try our best.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Lieutenant Torres, from July 8th to July 12th, I believe that's when you said that the property was under your custody or Dane County Sheriff's custody. Is that correct?
To the best of my understanding, I wasn't there when the scene was initiated. So my only involvement with the case was on the July 10th and July 12th.
As your role as lieutenant, would you be able to know if the property was under, well, let me backtrack. So we learned earlier last week that during the search of the Oak Springs location, there was constantly someone from law enforcement that was guarding that location. Are you aware if that same thing happened here in the Erwin location?
I'm not familiar with the location that you just referenced, but what I can say is the Erwin location from when the official word was that we were guarding it as a crime scene, we staffed a deputy there 24/7.
So it was constantly being looked at from the time you determined it was a crime scene to the time you released it on the 12th?
Yes, I can say we constantly had a deputy there.
And your role in lieutenant, if something was found, something of evidentiary value was found in that location, were you informed of that?
At that time,
Yes.
yes. The only item of evidentiary value that was collected either of the 2 days would have been on Saturday, the 10th, by Detective Dan Feeney.
Okay. Now, drawing your attention to the search of the barn, it's been called a barn or a shed. You said you were there that day, correct?
I was, yes.
Approximately how many hours were devoted to searching this barn?
I can't say for certain how many hours we were in the barn, but we arrived at that property probably about 8 a.m. And I believe the time that we all left, that the last law enforcement left, was about 11:30
So 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
And could you describe a little bit more about how the search in the barn was conducted? You told us earlier about a line search and kind of gave us a detailed explanation on how that was conducted. Could you do something like that for the search of the barn?
Sure. So whenever deputies and detectives have to search a big building like that, they coordinate amongst themselves and they walk in and they communicate with each other. I'll start here, you start there, we'll meet in the middle, for example. So under that day, again, I was in and out, so I wasn't directly watching everyone that was searching the entire time. But I do know, and I did observe the deputies and detectives communicating in that typical way of, I've searched this area, okay, now this is the area we have to do next, and moving through the building like that.
And then did you feel like a thorough search of that barn was conducted that day?
At that day and that time, I felt as though we had done the best that we could to find evidence.
So then later that day on the 12th was when the property was released back to the property owner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing of evidentiary value was located in that property until later in October, I believe, correct?
That's my understanding, but I was not involved in the case after July 12th.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to just say that, because some people will say, but how did Chris find it, huh? Did someone hide it there for him? She started cleaning out, she started cleaning out the barn. And, as someone said in the chat, I think on day 2, it's like a bit of a purge, maybe like, oh man, imagine being told there's a torso that was found on your property. That must be very disturbing. I don't even know if Chris still lives there or not. I'm not sure. There was rumor, that she doesn't. and that Dulce and Chris are no longer together and all sorts of things, all the devastation, that Chandler Halderson caused. But yeah, she was cleaning out that barn and then she saw this weapon and like, what? Like, what is this? And she called the police immediately. They came out and they retrieved it. So yeah, Chandler was also in there, in her barn, hiding things. Oh man.
One moment, Judge. Sure. Nothing further. The witness will be released but remaining under subpoena.
Oh, so you're excused, but you remain under
Yes.
subpoena and are not released yet from your subpoena, so don't talk about the case, but you are free to go, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
today.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last names?
Deputy Erik Schneider, Erik Schneider.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy out of the Southeast Precinct and a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit.
Tell me about that. What does that mean, that you're a member of the Dane County Sheriff's Crime Scene Unit?
My full-time position is patrol, but we also have some people that assist the two primary crime scene unit deputies, Greg Leatherberry and Jim Plenty. So if they are unavailable or there's a particularly large or complicated scene, I will come out and I will work with them.
Have you gone through any training to become part of the crime scene unit?
I have.
Can you just briefly describe that for the jury?
There's a state crime lab evidence school that I attended, a 5-day week-long school. There's an additional state lab photography course. I've done additional training, a buried body course that we put on ourselves. Off the top of my head, that's additional training.
And as part of that training, learning how to collect items of evidence in a way that is both safe but also preserves the evidence?
Yes.
All right, I think I will ask you a little bit about that individually. I'm now going to approach you with some photos, Exhibit 144 through 157. And as a group, would you describe Exhibits 144 through 157 as photographs of the Irwin Road property during the search?
Yes.
Or at least some of them.
Yes.
There's many more. Do they appear to be true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
I would move 144 through 157 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. They are received.
And I will leave them up here in case you need to reference them, but what I'm going to play on the screen will also show up on your little screen. So how would you describe Exhibit 108 on your screen? Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
Now, the property in question had a large barn or a shed. The immediate area around it was mowed, and beyond that was a large area of like prairie and a wood line. This is a section of the mowed grass butting up against that prairie to the south of the barn.
And do you see an oil drum in that photograph?
Yes.
How would you describe Exhibit 109?
There was a cut, you see there, an odd-shaped cut on the north side of that oil drum, and inside were some items.
And 110 shows some of those items inside?
Yes, a saw blade, a scissors, and a smaller saw with like a chrome or a metal handle, and a bolt cutters.
All right, and that's 112.
Or shears, yes.
All right, how did you package these various items? So let's start first with 139, which is the pruning shears. How did you collect and package them?
So at that time, I had CSI Greg Leatherberry with me. He made a determination we were going to remove the items, and it just so happened that my arm span was long enough that I could reach them because they were deep inside the oil drum. So just using regular nitrile evidence gloves, I reached in, I was able to pull them out one at a time without touching areas that looked like they had stains. We laid them out on paper, and then CSI Leatherberry collected them in whatever packaging he used.
And why do you wear gloves?
To preserve the evidence, to keep it from either losing evidence or us from contaminating it.
And do you change your gloves in between touching different items?
Depending, yes.
And every time, well, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibit 139. And Exhibit 139 has various stickers on it. Are some of those stickers, though, identification stickers from your office?
Yes.
So that was an example of some of the defluffing I did because, you know, like, I'm going to show you this. And then they walk up to the witness. And then there's a lot of time in between where it's like, we just want to see it. What is it? So that's one thing we can do when we are watching a trial from the past, which is very nice as well. We just get to it, especially on these evidence days. Sometimes when there's, obviously, during trials, when there's all this evidence exhibit shown, it can be a lot of fluff in between, right? So I hope that you enjoy that today.
And why is that done?
Anything that is taken and put into evidence will have a unique tag number cataloging it.
Okay. And this appears to have all the correct stickers.
It does.
I'm going to ask you to open Exhibit 139. There. So. And Deputy, you're going to write a report after testifying here today. Is that fair? Because
After?
you are opening up evidence?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
It's just to preserve the chain of custody.
So anytime anybody opens up a box or an envelope that has evidence tape on it, a report is written about that encounter with the evidence.
Yes.
As the deputy is opening this item of evidence, with regard to much of the physical evidence here, the parties have entered into a stipulation, which I'll read to you at this time. Once again, in this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Throughout the investigation into the deaths of Bart and Krista Halderson, many pieces of evidence were collected from the Halderson home, the Earlywine Road property, and the Roxbury, Wisconsin River land. These items of evidence were securely transported to various locations, including the medical examiner's office, the crime lab, to police evidence lockers, and ultimately to the courtroom. In some cases, there is a dispute that the evidence was not handled correctly, or that there is some dispute to the authenticity of the evidence. That is not the case here. The parties stipulate that there is no dispute to the chain of custody or authenticity of these items of evidence. The parties stipulate these items have remained in secure custody since being collected by police and have not been tampered with or altered in any way outside of the testing performed by the experts involved in this case. These items of evidence include the following. Number one, the human remains located at Earlywine Road and in the town of Roxbury. Number two, all items collected from the Earlywine Road property. Number three, all items collected from the Halderson home in Windsor, Wisconsin. Number four, all items of evidence tested by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA, fingerprints, footwear impressions, ballistics, and trace fit testing. And finally, number five, all swabs of purported DNA and blood, including the DNA sample taken from Chandler Halderson and Mitchell Halderson.
Deputy, could you please describe Exhibit 139? You can unwrap it further if you need to.
Do you want me to remove it from the ties as well?
Why don't you just describe it first?
The item in question is the large pruning shears, I guess they are, with red paint on the handle.
And do those appear to be the same or in substantially the same condition as when you retrieved them from the Earlywine Road property?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 139 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
All right. Are they connected to the box or just no? Okay. Deputy, why don't you pick those up out of the box? Watch your step, but walk them in front of the jury, please.
Exhibit 140 is.
Yeah, you got to look quick because what they do throughout this evidence day is things like that. Those were, those pruning shears. Wow. Okay. So what did Chandler use that for? To dismember his parents, in case anyone doesn't know what that's for. Why they're showing that? Yeah, he hid a whole bunch of tools in this old oil drum at his girlfriend's mother's partner's property, and there was still blood evidence, DNA on the tools, and he had dismembered his parents. So there's that. Okay. Also, they show it very briefly because then they go and display it to the jury, right? But even that, we don't want to wait in silence while they're showing it to the jury and we can't see a thing. So when they pull something out of the box, you must make sure to pay attention so that you can see the item.
The smaller saw that we saw in the picture of the oil drum with the chrome-colored handle.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 140 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would ask that you repeat the same procedure and show the jury.
It's still tied in. Would you like me to remove it all the way?
Yeah, if it's not too difficult.
Exhibit 141 is the broken saw blade from that oil drum that we saw in the picture.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 141 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And how would you describe Exhibit 142?
Exhibit 142 is the scissors with the red handle from inside the drum.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They are.
I would ask to move 142 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, will you display for the jury? Deputy, did you participate at any point in the search of the barn or shed, as it's been called, on the Irwin Road property?
Yes.
And would you describe Exhibit 144 as displayed on your screen?
Exhibit 144 is the large barn or shed in question that you're talking about.
I just want to show you an item or two quickly here. Look at this. That's one of the items. Okay, let's look at one other one that I have here. Sure. Let's just find it. Wait 1 second. This one. This one is another item as well. Okay.
And Exhibit 145, what does it display?
A portion of the interior of the barn.
There's lots of stuff in the barn.
There is a lot of stuff in the barn.
Exhibit 146, what does 146 display?
146 is probably the eastern portion of the barn. The two entrances face north-south to the barn. So if you're coming in from the north, which faces the house, to your left would be this area.
And 147, what does that display?
147 is a silver gray colored tarp that was located, I believe the night of the 8th, the first night we were at the property.
So that was the night that the torso was discovered?
Correct.
And is it fair to say this was found during like a cursory search of the barn?
Yes, while we were waiting for the search warrant to be finalized, we had the medical examiner's office out there, and the director, Erman, had his canine. So while we were waiting, we thought we would utilize the canine while we had it to see if it could find anything, and it led us directly to that tarp.
And of course, at this point, Crest had given you folks permission to be on their
Yes.
property and search. All right. 148, what does that display?
That is the same tarp after we removed it from where we located it.
Let me just go back and ask you one question. The dog that medical director Erman had, was that a cadaver canine dog?
I believe his is, yes.
149, what is displayed on Exhibit 149?
The same tarp, just from a different angle. You can see the beginning of some red staining there.
So he hid a tarp in there as well. Kathleen says, imagine trying to find evidence in all that stuff from Chris's dad's decades worth of farm equipment. I mean, a rifle, a tarp. He hid things all over the place on that property.
150,
We're starting to slowly unfold it. And again, more more red staining. So I think at that point or shortly thereafter, we stop because we believe it has evidentiary value and wouldn't want to ruin it or contaminate it on scene.
So why did you stop?
That should be something that's processed in a more controlled environment. We had a lot going on there, so we weren't going to unravel that in the middle of a dirt floor and begin processing it there. That's something that'll be done later in a lab.
Sure, so it was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I believe that one was.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 143. There are various stickers. Are there stickers on Exhibit 143 from your office?
Yes.
And do any of those stickers tell you what is inside of Exhibit 143?
Yes.
Okay, and do those all appear to be in order?
They do.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 143 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And we are not going to open 143 at this time. And Deputy, were you made aware in October of 2021 that after the Sheriff's Office had finished their investigation of the Irwin Road property, the homeowner found a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe
I mean, damn. You can see how easy it would be to hide something in here, right? Wow. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Exhibit 151?
An interior portion of the shed. As you can see, there's just a lot of clutter and various objects.
152?
That'd be the western side of the barn. There's a large trailer, and around it you can just see all kinds of various items and clutter.
153?
That'd be the northwest corner of the barn. A large number of tools and old saw blades and that kind of stuff.
As a member of the crime scene unit, do buildings with this amount of material in it pose any obstacles in doing a search?
They do, particularly at this time. Our resources were at a premium as we had a primary crime scene now at the scene of the residence in Windsor.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 154. Could you just briefly describe 154?
An overall shot of the size and interior of the barn.
155?
From that same corner, facing south across, you can see there's a second tractor behind that one and a vehicle near the entrance of the barn.
156?
More views are taken from across the other side inside the barn, just detailing rows of objects and items.
157?
A view looking north from the south entrance, looking back, and you can see the second trailer more clearly, and just a lot of piles of wood and debris.
Exhibit 70?
This was taken.
I already pointed out, I'm like, spot the rifle. Can you see it? Can you see it? Spot it. Here. Here is where it's hidden. Okay.
In October, after the owner had been clearing out the barn, objects were removed, and you can see there is now a black rifle propped up alongside those boards.
And I'm using the laser pointer. Deputy, can you turn your head? Am I identifying the right area where the rifle?
Listen, lady. She has a laser pointer. Okay, I'm just going to show you with my mouse over here. Look at this. Beth, please, is that how I say your last name? You said the tobacco barn was a multi-generational farm used for many different things over the years. Chris was now taking care of her dad, her brother, and the property. Of course, of course. We're not snarking at it. We're not snarking at it. It's just factual that it's very cluttered. Chris said it herself, and that it must have been difficult to even know, what to look for in there. If anything, they probably just thought, okay, let's just check if there's anything in here. And as I say, I think they were very focused on finding body parts at that time as well, right? So yeah, Chris, when she was cleaning out this barn in October of 2021, she found this, and then she called the police, which is the murder weapon.
Was located. That rifle was found behind some boards.
Yes.
172. Or I'm sorry, 72.
Just another closer view of the rifle. I just took overall and photographs and continuing all the way up to the rifle itself.
And what is picture 73 a picture of?
A close-up of the rifle, which shows the serial number on the upper portion.
As this process is going on, I'll just let the jury know that obviously Randy is becoming involved in this part. He's responsible for the security of this room, so anytime, whether for evidentiary purposes or not, there's a firearm brought into this space, he takes a keen interest and role in that for everyone's safety and security.
And Deputy, could you just tell me what Exhibit 291 is?
This is that same black rifle we saw in the photographs.
That you collected at the Irwin Road property hidden behind a board?
Correct. It is a Norinco SKS 76 by 39 caliber rifle.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it has a red dot sight and a camouflage colored strap on it.
I would move Exhibit 291 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
No objection that is received.
And we'll give Randy a minute to secure it. Deputy, did you attend the autopsy of Mr. Halderson's torso?
I did.
And that occurred at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 553 and 554. I'm not going to ask you to remove these from the boxes or anything, but based on the markings that are on 553 and 554, could you please identify them?
Item 553 is a jacket and fragment that was retrieved from the rear neck area of the torso. And item 554 is additional fragments from a bullet retrieved from the abdomen.
And those were retrieved from the torso by the medical examiner during the autopsy?
Correct.
I would move Exhibits 553 and 554 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Now, you, just so I'm clear, you searched this barn or shed at the Irwin address a couple of times?
There was an official search on the 12th that some detectives did, yes.
And there was a cursory search the night of the finding of the torso?
I wouldn't even call it a search, but yeah, like a walk around and the canine went through it.
Were you there for both of these events?
Yes.
Did you participate in the search? And I understand the first one may not have been technically the kind of search we're talking about, but did you participate both times in looking for things in that shed?
I documented the search by photographing it. I did not search per se myself.
Now, the first time, how many people were looking around that barn?
You're talking the first night on the 8th?
Yes.
4 of us, I believe.
And the second time, how many people were looking around that barn?
Without looking at the log, I don't recall who was all there, maybe 6.
And each time before looking or before searching, is it fair to say that discussions were had and a plan was made as to how to do the search and what things in particular would be notable?
Yes.
So, for example, you might want to say, let's look for footprints or shoe impressions, correct?
As an example.
In this case, you knew about the torso with the gunshots before the second search, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that one strategy for this search would be to look for any firearms, correct?
Yes.
Now, I heard you say that resources were at a premium around the time of the second search. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
The sheriff's department, or you in particular, between that moment when resources were at a premium and October, when this firearm was found in the barn, you didn't go back to search further, correct?
I did not. I can't tell you if there were additional searches.
There's no sheriff's department rules or protocol that would prevent anyone from going back and searching again, correct?
Well, we would, I mean, if we were going to do that, we would either need the permission of the homeowner or an additional search warrant. Given the circumstances, we would procure another warrant anyway.
And you obtained both of those the first time, right?
When I was there, yes.
Now, you took possession of the firearm, the SKS that was found in that barn, correct?
Yes.
So you physically lifted it up from its location, is that right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called a flash suppressor?
No.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused
Yes.
and released?
No.
All right, you're excused from testifying further today, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good remainder of your day. And the next witness, please.
State calls Dan Feeney.
If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much.
Yes. Right ahead. Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
My name is Dan Feeney, Dan, D-A-N, Feeney, F-E-E-N-E-Y.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been in that role?
since May of 2021.
Early part of July 2021, were you asked to assist in the search of the Irwin Road property in reference to the homicides of Bart Halderson and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in this search?
My role is searching the grounds on the Irwin Road property on foot.
Particularly at some point were you asked to search maybe the driveway leading down to the road, that area?
Yes.
I'm going to show, and did you find anything?
Just a quick pause. When they say the Irwin Road property, they're talking about that Cottage Grove property, which is Cress's property. That would be Chandler Halderson's girlfriend's mother's fiance's property. A beautiful prairie, like a meadow, wildflowers, a little pool, above the ground pool, a little, well, quite a big actually, shed or barn, and lots of wooded area around. So, yeah, Chandler thought that would be a great place to hide his father's torso and all the tools, well, many tools used for dismembering his parents, and a tarp, and the murder weapon. I mean, that is just terrible. I hope that if they still stay there, that Chris is doing okay, because that's just horrific to find out what was on your property. Like, he really tainted it, And Dulce, Chandler's girlfriend at the time's mother, okay, she said it was like a paradise. It was just so beautiful. I hope it's still a paradise for them, although it would be difficult given what happened there, right?
Thing of evidentiary interest in this case?
Yes, I found some items in the garbage can.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked. In this case is exhibits number 158 through 167. Could you page through those real quick and just let me know when you're done, in general, what they are?
These are the items that were located in the garbage can at the Irwin Road address.
And what were those items that were of interest to you?
It was a grocery-style plastic bag containing some cleaning material. I believe it was white rags, as well as two Brillo pads inside of it.
Did you collect these items?
I did.
I think I've already moved all but two of them, but I'll move 158 through 167 into evidence and ask to publish them.
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
Starting with exhibit number 158, what are we looking at there?
You're looking at the garbage cans at the start of the driveway with the Target bag located inside the garbage can in front of it.
And that Target bag was, it's removed there. Was it in that location when you found it?
It was inside the garbage can to the right with the black lid.
And exhibit 159, is that garbage can?
Yes.
When you found, go back to 158, when you found 158, was it the only item that was in that garbage can?
Yes, it was.
160, what are we looking at there?
The bag was previously tied off, so we had opened it up to observe what was inside of the bag.
161, what is that?
That is the sticker that was on the outside of the Target bag that has Melender, C as the owner, or excuse me, the person that would have picked up the property from Target. And I know from the investigation it's potentially Catherine Melender.
162, what are we looking at there?
This is the garbage bag, or the plastic bag inside of the Target bag containing the white rags and Brillo pads.
There's a red substance there that we can see.
Yes.
What did that appear to be to you?
There was a large amount of red and brownish substance. Through my training experience, I recognized as potentially dried blood.
163, what am I looking at?
Looking at the rags again with one of the Brillo pads.
You say Brillo pad kind of in the exact center where I'm pointing the laser up on the big screen. That's the Brillo pad?
Yes, sir.
Were those Brillo pads themselves stained or were they new?
No, they were used. They also had the similar brown reddish staining on it as the rags did in the bag.
A Brillo pad or a scrubbing sponge, a scrubber. Those little silver hard things, right? That's what that is. Because when I first heard that at the time, when the tribe was like, Brillo pad, we don't call it that in South Africa, but okay.
164,
now we know, right?
what are we looking at there?
Just
Doesn't your mind also go here and there to like, was he trying to frame these people? You know, hiding so much at that property. Literally, with his girlfriend at the time, her name is still attached to this Target bag. Yeah, and then bloody rags inside, and this scrubber, this Brillo pad, the murder weapon, his father's torso, a whole bin, 2 tarps, one outside, one inside that he left there. I mean, what? But I think he was probably just being completely desperate, panicky, reckless, you know, because I don't think this was his original plan. Yeah, Ned says Brillo is the brand name, yes.
the Target bag that was the exterior bag with the rags located in it.
Couple views of that, 165.
Same thing, yep.
166,
Interior of the bag,
167.
interior as well.
When you collected these items, do they have any sort of smell to them?
Yes. Right when I opened up the bag, it was an immediate smell of what I described as cleaning material. The closest thing that came to my mind was like rubbing alcohol. And then it was just overtaken by a rancid, putrid smell.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Deputy.
Morning.
As part of your role in this investigation at that Irwin Road location, you did canvass.
Sorry, I didn't update the the banner to say direct. It's now cross-examination. I'll make sure to note it in the timestamps. I'm enjoying reading all your chats here. I'm very focused on what you guys are saying there. If you see me looking to the side like this all the time, I'm looking at all your chats flying here. Like, okay, as we watch this together. So now, cross-examination.
The area, correct?
I did.
Going from home to home, seeing if anyone had, for example, ring or surveillance video, correct?
I did, yes.
And just generally talking to people to see if they saw anything that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Any redirect?
It's a pretty rural area.
Yeah, it's very rural, yes.
Were there any direct next-door neighbors right across the street from the driveway?
No, slightly down the roadway.
Thank you. No further questions.
May this witness be excused?
Just excused.
You may be excused from further testifying today, sir. Thank you.
All right. Good morning again.
Good morning.
And Deputy Plenty, I assume your name is still spelled the same as it was a few days ago?
Correct.
You previously testified that you were a deputy. Are you also a member of the crime scene unit?
That's correct as well.
Have you gone through any trainings in order to become a member of the crime scene unit?
Correct. I've attended a basic evidence technician school and other additional training for more specific areas of expertise in being part of the crime scene unit.
Okay. And could you just briefly list a few of those topics for the jury that you've had trainings on?
It would include, but not limited to, collection of DNA with a buccal swab, shooting reconstruction school, blood spatter school, things of that nature as well, in addition to the basic evidence technician school that I've attended.
And how long have you been a member of the crime scene unit?
Since 2012.
And Deputy, I'm going to approach you with a series of photographs, exhibits 168 through 172. Then there's exhibits 544 and 545, as well as exhibits 345 through 358. Could you please look through exhibits 168 through 172, 544, and 545? And I don't want you to go through them all individually at this time, but as a group, how would you describe exhibits 168 through 172, and then 545 and 544?
In general, they are pictures of the bin that was recovered on the property in the township of Cottage Grove. To include, some of the pictures will show a gray in color tarp that is positioned inside of the bin as well.
And did all these photographs appear to be true and accurate?
Correct.
I would move 168 through 172 into evidence, and then 544 and 545 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And just for simplicity's sake, could you please look at 345 through 358? And how would you describe that grouping of photographs?
These photos were during a search and collection of footwear that was located at the property in the village of Windsor.
Do they all appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed?
Correct.
I would move 345 through 358 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
All right. Deputy, if you would look at the little screen in front of you there. Could you please describe, it says Exhibit 58, but I know it's Exhibit 158. Could you please describe Exhibit 158 for the jury?
So this is a Rubbermaid brand indicated on the front side of it. It's not visible from this picture, but it's Rubbermaid brand trash bin. It stands probably approximately 3.5 to 4 feet high, and it has a gray or silver colored tarp that was positioned in the inside of it. It's in a wooded area, approximately it was 10 yards within the wood line on that property.
And how would you describe 168?
This would be the same item, just a different view of that same bin.
And 169, how would you describe 169?
So what we have here is the same location, photograph of the same location. The only difference is that the bin with the tarp inside has been removed. It shows the vegetation that was underneath of the bin is still green and lush.
Why is that significant?
If the bin had been there for a significant amount of time, not allowing that vegetation to receive sunlight, then it would turn yellow, brown, and perhaps die.
Exhibit 170, what is Exhibit 170? This line.
170 is a look into that same bin that I've mentioned already. It includes that tarp that I've previously mentioned, and it has adhered to the side of the bin a yellow piece of what appeared to be yellow duct tape.
And Deputy, if you would just turn your head towards the big screen, I'm going to use the laser pointer. Is this the item that you are calling yellow duct tape?
Correct.
Okay. And for the record, that is slightly lower than middle and slightly to the right on Exhibit 170.
That seems accurate.
Exhibit 171. Another picture of the garbage bin with the tarp and tape.
Correct.
All right. What is Exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, this has the wrong numbers on it, 544 display? You can look on your screen.
So what is this exhibit?
Yes.
Was your question?
Yes.
It is the same Rubbermaid bin that was recovered from just inside the woods. It also has the tarp that was included with that.
No, sorry, that is actually 172. I apologize. Judge, can we switch to the Elmo?
Certainly.
I believe this will also be on the screen in front of you. Deputy, this is Exhibit 544. How would you describe Exhibit 544?
Again, this is the Rubbermaid bin, and it shows another view angle of the yellow duct tape that was inside of that bin.
In an Exhibit 544, I would describe the duct tape as slightly lower than middle and slightly to the left. Does that appear to be accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And 545. Just a crime lab view of the bin.
Side view of the Rubbermaid bin.
If we could go back to the PowerPoint. And Deputy, this part may be easier if you're actually willing to come down off the witness stand, if that's okay with the judge.
Yes,
We're just
of
going to
course.
look at the stickers.
Just be sure and speak loudly so that everybody can hear.
Can you look at the stickers as to Exhibit 174? Your offices.
So it'd be this one up here.
And what is Exhibit 174?
Item 174 is listed as a black rolling garbage bin with tarp.
And I'm not going to open up Exhibit 174, but that is the garbage bin that we've been looking at pictures in pictures 172 and such. Okay. Please sit down. And Deputy, did you, in collecting the garbage bin, did you remove the tarp from the garbage bin?
We did not.
Why didn't you do that?
We did not want to disturb the positioning of the tarp inside and also, or disturb any evidence significant to the tarp being inside of the trash can, the bin. We also knew that, or we had talked about sending it to the state crime lab for testing and
And in
such.
fact, it was submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Correct.
All right, we're going to shift gears here. You are also part of the 4595 Oak Springs Circle search, part of the crime scene unit there.
Correct.
Can you please describe what room Exhibit 227 is in?
This is in the garage, which is attached to the residence.
And of note, specifically, this picture shows a whole bunch of shoes.
That's correct.
Exhibit 345. What is an Exhibit 345?
345 is, like previously mentioned, a fair amount of footwear that was located in the garage.
And most of it is kind of out in the open.
Correct.
But there is something peeking back there. Do you go and search that area back behind the shelving unit?
Correct. I had, so the shoes that are on this, what appears to be a rubber mat, I had pulled that mat back towards myself and was able to retrieve what was a pair of shoes that were underneath the shelving unit.
546, another view of the mini shoes.
Correct.
And in this photo, 546, there appears to be some floral shoes at the top. Where were those floral shoes located?
So they were located underneath the shelving unit. In the previous photo, that black type mat that the shoes are resting on was forward towards the shelving unit. I had pulled that back in order to have access to these other pair of shoes.
I don't know, people are wondering, why are they looking at shoes? Because Chandler hid his parents' phones in the shoes, wrapped in foil, which can block out signals. It can make the phone harder to find, right? So, yeah, he did that. On top of everything that he did, it included wrapping his parents' phones in foil and putting it in their shoes. You know, because at first it's like, what are we looking at? Why shoes? What did he do with shoes? Yeah, that's what he did.
So the mat was, in 545, the mat is up against the shelving unit.
Slightly under, correct.
And is
yeah.
that the floral shoes kind of peeking out there? Hidden?
Correct, that was the pair of shoes that I had pulled out from underneath.
You can actually see the foil here in this floral shoe here, his mother's shoe. So let's ask Uncle Google. Does wrapping a phone in aluminium foil, I know in America you say aluminum, okay? But the British English and in South Africa say aluminium. And they're literally spelled differently. Did you know that? Okay, so does wrapping a phone in aluminum, aka aluminium foil, completely block all signals? Yes, wrapping a phone in foil can effectively block all signals due to the Faraday cage effect. So yeah, he thought he was being, Sunniway says he thought he was so smart. He thought he was being so damn smart. He's like, you know what I'm going to do? Wrap my parents' phones in foil after texting myself and messing up the day of when the parade was. Wow. Happy Grizzly-versary to everyone. That's when they reach, right? If someone's new here, you don't know what a Grizzly-versary is. It's a membership milestone. I just see all these green messages popping up. Thank you so much for being a member. Like Terry here for 5 months. Thank you. All right, so they're going to obviously zoom in a little bit here so that we can see that.
All right.
And now are present in this photo.
347, what is displayed in photo 347?
347, it's the shoes that were located in front of the shelving unit, as well as the other pair that were positioned underneath the shelving unit as well.
And why did shoes become important in this case?
The State Crime Lab had advised that there were footwear patterns on tarps that were located during this investigation. So they wanted to have the footwear from the residents collected and photographed to document footwear patterns and types of shoes that were in the residence.
And Exhibit 354, what is Exhibit 354 a picture of?
These are Brooks brand shoes. Model would be Launch 5 athletic shoes.
355?
It's the same footwear, just with one of them turned upside down to display the footwear pattern.
And in 355, the shoe that is turned upside down, there appears to be twigs or grass or something in the
There's some
footbed.
organic debris on there, yeah.
356, what is 356 a picture of?
So that is the same shoe that was in the previous slide that was turned upside down. What we see in that, the left side line that runs up and down, there's a reddish brown stain towards the bottom of that line in the footwear tread.
So I'm using my laser pointer to highlight. It appears to be almost smack dab middle in the photo.
Correct.
And what does 357 show?
Again, shows the same shoe that's turned upside down, but here this shows the toe area, the tip of the toe area, and there's red staining as well on that.
358, what does Exhibit 358 show?
358 shows both shoes that are resting on the sole, and it shows the shoe, which is on the right side, has red staining on the tongue. On the N of the launch word has a reddish brown stain on it.
There should be some gloves up there if you want to glove up. And verbally, how would you identify Exhibit 359?
So these are the footwear, the Brooks Launch 5 footwear that I located.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
The same condition.
Okay. At this time, I would move Exhibit 359 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
All right, I'm just going to have you walk them in front of the jury. Just back. Thank you, Deputy. If you want to try to put them back in there. And of course, the staining on those shoes was swabbed by the crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and get rid of your gloves. Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 348. What is Exhibit 348?
348 is the right shoe of the shoes that were located underneath of the shelving unit. You can see the left shoe is at the top of the picture. Inside of this right shoe, there was this foil wrapped item.
Okay. I'm only going to hold the bag, so I will let you glove up and open up 390. And I think removing one is fine. They're just a matching set. And is Exhibit 390 the same or in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the 4595 Oak Spring Circle address?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Could you please just walk that shoe back and forth in front of the jury? And feel free to put that back in the bag.
I don't think we moved that one into evidence.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved 390.
Oh, I see people, are wondering why? What do you mean by spoilers? Because this trial is from 2022. But we're watching it as a community together for the first time. So even if you've seen it, and I'm not comparing a murder trial to a movie, but if you have never seen a movie like Batman, and then you watch it for the first time, would you want someone there in the peanut gallery telling you what's going to happen all the time? I don't think so. Just let the people watch it. There's actually 61% of this community, when I asked on day one, have you watched this trial before, followed this case? No. And 15% on top of that had only watched a little bit, or maybe they'd seen someone summarize the case, but not the trial. So thank you so much all for being here. But you're in the minority if you've seen this full trial. Don't worry, I'm in that minority with you. I saw the full trial before when it happened, but I really wanted to watch it with all of you. So thank you so much all for being here. And that is why, just so you understand, why we say no spoilers, okay? Even though we know he's very, very guilty. But we're going to watch this full 10-day trial. Then we're going to watch the verdict. We won't be on verdict watch, okay? Should I simulate verdict watch? We'll just see you in 2 hours. Okay, we'll watch the entire trial. We'll watch the verdict. We'll watch the sentencing as well. And then maybe we'll also watch some of the additional police files, that come from these FOIA requests. So hang in there for that as well. We're doing a full deep dive on this case for the first time here together, watching the trial together.
Into evidence at
Any
this time.
objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 349 show?
So the previous slide showed a item that was wrapped in foil. This is then myself opening this foil wrapped item. What we see here is a sheet of paper towel that is wrapped around the contents. We can see a portion of a photo Wisconsin driver's license, and just beyond that is the black item is a cell phone.
Oh my word, and the driver's license. He's very, very unintelligent, isn't he? He's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be so smart. I'm gonna wrap my parents' phones up individually with their driver's license, okay, but a paper towel and then some foil, and put it in their shoes, and no one will ever know. Nope, no one will ever know. Like, they're gonna know. Within a week, they're gonna know. Within a day of you reporting your parents missing, they're gonna know. Okay.
And in the process of searching and collecting evidence, did you in fact collect the foil and the paper towel as you described, displayed in Exhibit 349?
Correct.
And I'm not going to have you open these if you can identify them from your office's stickers. 388, how would you describe 388?
388 is the paper towel sheet that is in the photo.
And I see JP, those are your initials, you collected it. And Exhibit 389, what is Exhibit 389?
And 389 is the foil sheet that was used to wrap the content.
They're obviously showing it to the jury.
And,
We can't see it.
my initials on this as well.
We can see
right.
this.
I would move 388 and 389 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And Deputy, do you continue to unwrap this evidentiary present?
I continue to unwrap it, correct.
And what is Exhibit 350 display?
So what we see here, we can still see the foil sheet. We can still see the paper towel sheet. We can see now Bart Halderson's Wisconsin issued photo driver's license. And we can see the Apple iPhone that is located underneath the driver's license.
What is 351 display?
So 351 is the top phone, the black phone that we saw in the last picture. It is now, along with the driver's license, simply just turned over. And we can see Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and an additional phone.
So both phones and driver's license were wrapped together in the same packaging?
Correct.
Could you please describe 352?
Again, it's the foil, it's the paper towel sheet, it's the two phones. Bart's driver's license is not visible. It's on the underside of the left phone. We can see Krista's driver's license resting on top of the phone on the right side.
And 353.
And this would be Krista's Wisconsin driver's license and a phone located underneath of that.
Let me just explain something to YouTube in case. The driver's license they just showed is of a deceased victim, someone who was murdered by their own son. It is not a current driver's license. It is not personally identifiable information that is doxing anyone or showing anything that shouldn't be shown. It is part of a trial that we are watching together for educational purposes, and they are showing it as an exhibit to the jury. Okay, thank you.
And I don't think you need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open up any of these items. I'm actually going to have you sit down so we can hear you nice and clearly. Exhibit 387. How would you describe Exhibit 387?
It is a photo Wisconsin driver's license that's been issued to Christina Halderson.
And has your nice initials on there?
That's correct.
And it appears to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does.
I would move Exhibit 387 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Exhibit 386. How would you describe Exhibit 386?
Photo Wisconsin driver's license that's been issued to Bart Halderson, and it does have my initials on it and in the same condition.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 386 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And 384 and 385. Could you please describe 384 and 385?
384 is iPhone that was located in the foil packaging. It has my initials on it, and while it's packaged, I would believe it's in the same condition as when I had recovered it. And 385 is a white iPhone, which was in the pictures that were previously shown. Again, my initials are on it, and I would imagine it is in the same condition as when I had recovered that one.
I also additionally now asked Grok about this, wrapping phones in foil. Grok is on X, right? So it's an AI bot, but very helpful. So wrapping a phone in aluminium foil can indeed block or significantly reduce various types of signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, and GPS signals. Here's how it works and what you should consider, because I know we want to know. Okay, Faraday cage principle. Aluminium foil acts as a makeshift Faraday cage. A Faraday cage, named after physicist Michael Faraday, is an enclosure made of conductive material that blocks electromagnetic fields. When you wrap your phone in foil, it creates and I'm not doing this to educate someone on how to do this, okay? We want to know, why on earth did Chandler Halderson do this? Okay, when you wrap your phone in foil, it creates a barrier that can block radio waves, which are used for cell phone signals, Wi-Fi, GPS, and Bluetooth communications. This principle is why aluminium foil can prevent signals from reaching or leaving the phone. It says the effectiveness of this method varies. So it's not always, successful, but it varies in its effectiveness. And they say, in summary, wrapping a phone in aluminium foil can block signals due to the Faraday cage effect, but its effectiveness depends on how well the phone is covered. So I think you would need many, many layers. You probably messed that up too. You probably messed it up as well. Okay, so.
These are the phones that were wrapped in the paper towel, wrapped in the foil, hidden in a shoe, hidden under a shelf.
Correct.
I would move 385 and 384 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Deputy, in the course of this investigation, were you asked to take a buckle sample from Chandler Halderson in compliance with a search warrant?
Correct.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
Could you please do you see Mr. Halderson in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just so that we're consistent with our record, I'd ask everyone who's not in the jury box to lower their mask briefly so that the witness can observe every face. Thank you. Go ahead and replace your masks.
Do you see Mr. Halderson?
I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated at the defense table. The shirt is perhaps a lavender type color.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It shall.
And what is a buccal swab?
It's the swabbing of inside of the mouth. So we're collecting DNA sample from that area.
And does it come in a kit, or what tools do you use?
It comes in an envelope, which includes 2 swabs to administer the test.
And you've had training on this procedure?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 360. I'm not going to ask you to open it, but could you please identify Exhibit 360?
It is the buccal swabs that I had collected from Mr. Halderson. It is initialed by myself as well.
All right. At this time, I would move Exhibit 360 into evidence.
No objection.
It's received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Plenty, this was your first time in the Halderson household, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that question?
This was your first time being in the Halderson household, correct?
In the Halderson house?
Yes.
So you don't know if they put their phones in foil, okay? Sorry, I think that could be where it's going. I'm not sure.
This incident, correct.
So prior to this incident, you've never been in the home.
Correct.
You wouldn't know where exactly all shoes in the household are located, correct?
By the end of the search, we had gone through the house pretty thoroughly, and I had located or had pointed out to me the shoes that were located in the house.
So by the end of the search, you were very familiar where all the shoes in the home were located, correct?
Correct.
But you don't necessarily know if that's where they were located prior to this incident or if they were always kept in the same place.
Where the shoes were kept in the household prior to our arrival to it.
Correct.
Where the shoes were located, I wouldn't know where they're commonly located.
And it looks like as far as all of the shoes, there were a couple of shoes that were located or we saw in those photographs, correct?
There were several shoes, correct.
And it looks like only one pair of shoes had any kind of staining of interest. Is that fair?
Correct.
And as far as the staining on those shoes, I believe we were able to identify maybe 3 little stains. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall the exact number, but I can think of 3 stains that were on the shoes, correct.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been from a nosebleed, psoriasis, or even ouchie on his toe, right?
And the shoes, would you identify them or would you describe them as being worn? They were worn shoes.
Correct.
It's obvious that they were used regularly, correct?
They've been used, yes.
And there was even some debris located on the bottom of the shoes as well, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you're
Stefan says, no other phones in any other shoesies? No, none of them.
Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He may.
Thank you, sir. Have a good remainder of your day. As everyone could guess, we're at the 90-minute mark or a little past. Thank you, folks. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time. We'll stand in recess.
Could we turn off the H? Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, both first and last, and spell both?
Greg Leatherberry, GREGLEATHERBERRY.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Sheriff Leatherberry. That's such a cool name. Leatherberry.
And were you employed as such in July of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what unit of the Dane County Sheriff's Office do you belong to?
I'm currently assigned to the crime scene unit where I've been working for the past 22 years. I've been a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office for 29 years.
Now I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 175. How would you identify Exhibit 175?
This is my CV.
Okay. And for those that are not in the scientific community, that's like a resume,
That is correct, yes.
but it has all your trainings. And can you just name a few of the trainings that you have participated in?
I've participated in the Basic Recruit Academy, the jail school. From there, I went on to patrol and ultimately ended up in the crime scene unit where I've received numerous hours of training. I've received training at Fox Valley Technical College for the 2-week evidence tech program. I have attended the Wisconsin State Death Investigation School, the 2-week program at Green Lake. I have attended the Death Investigation School at Northwestern University. I've attended the Bloodstain Pattern Analysis training at the BCA in Minnesota, which is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I've had fingerprint training from the FBI, and there's numerous more schools as well.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 175 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
As part of your job working for the Dane County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit, do you also work in cooperation with the Crime Scene Unit from the Department of Justice?
That is correct. Yes, I do.
And do you also work in concert with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
How does working in cooperation with those departments assist you in your job duties?
Well, they have subject matter experts that have more extensive training in particular disciplines that can assist us when it comes to processing a scene or to do further analysis of evidence that we collect. And those items that get submitted to the crime lab are items that they would do the analysis on that we request for them to do.
In the midst of this case, were you asked by the fingerprint expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to get more complete or better fingerprints from Mr. Halderson?
Yes, there was a request for additional fingerprints. When a person is typically booked into the jail, the fingerprints are obtained on everybody that is booked in. And those are just basic fingerprints. Sometimes they need what they refer to as major case prints. And the major case prints would include additional areas of the finger that contain friction ridge that is normally not collected during the booking process.
So basically, those major case prints would include the sides of each finger.
That is
or
correct.
A rolling print.
That is correct.
And for the record, do you see the person whose fingerprints you collected in the courtroom?
I'll ask before the
Point at
witness
him.
answers for everyone outside.
Point at him. Do you see him? The guy that you got the fingerprints from? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now they're going to do the mask thing. 1, 2, 3. Also, where Amanda Buckley, you asked something. Wait. There. Amanda Buckley said, I wish we could have done this with a Burgos Aviles trial. That's where the defluffing was born. We almost didn't make it, man. The tardiness, it was too much. So after that, it's like, never again. So thank you to that trial. Thanks, Laredo. Now we defluff over here, which is really great.
Of the jury box to lower their mask for a few moments so that the witness can see everyone's face. Go ahead and replace your masks, please.
Yes, sir. Point at him. Okay. Also, 1 hour, 14 minutes into our trial footage for today. The defluffed version is 4 hours and 9 minutes. Okay. So about 3 hours left.
Do you see Chandler
Yeah.
Halderson?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
He is seated to the table to my right. He's wearing a dark sports coat and appears to be a dark tie with a light colored shirt.
I would ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Could you please identify what is marked as Exhibit 362?
These are fingerprints that were obtained during a search warrant of Mr. Halderson.
And those are the prints that you collected?
Yes, they are.
And these are those rolling prints?
Correct.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 362 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Jenny Gunter says domsienki, which in Afrikaans, okay, that would mean in English, a dumb son, a dumb little boy. Ja, hy is 'n domsienkie daai een.
Deputy, what was your primary task in this investigation?
Well, the primary task in this investigation is the evaluation of the crime scene, the documentation of the crime scene, the collection of the evidence, and the preservation of the evidence so that could be later tested if need be.
And specifically, were you basically in charge of the search at the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Dane
Yep.
County, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
Just generally, how do you process a crime scene such as a complete single-family home?
Well, the process of the crime scene, although it may sound simple, is pretty complex. And it takes a number of different things for that to be accomplished. And one person obviously cannot do that all by themselves. And I had significant help from Deputy James Plenty and Deputy Erik Schneider, as well as members of this Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response and the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations Arson Response Unit.
What's the first thing you do when you enter a home to begin a search?
Well, the first thing is we're taking photographs and we're evaluating and getting a better understanding as to what had occurred at the scene.
I think you described to me that at first you guys walk around quiet.
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
What I like to do, and it's worked for me over the years, I learned this from my predecessor, that when we go into the crime scene, whether I'm with my partner Jim Plenty or with Erik Schneider, that we take everything in. We take our notes in with us, but when I say we take everything is we don't talk to each other. We evaluate the entire scene, and we don't talk to each other because we don't want to taint each other's mind. Each person may see things a little bit differently. So I found it's best that we walk through the scene, evaluate the scene, and then after we've done a complete walkthrough of the scene and we've done our evaluation, then we talk amongst each other. And we're not only getting understanding as to what each other has seen, but we're also forming a game plan as to how we were going to process this thing and what additional resources we may need to call in.
So that first time that you guys walk through in silence helps you map out a game plan for
That is correct.
the specifics.
And I've referred to it as like a golden hour. It takes a significant amount of time to go through a house as large as that.
And you said you photograph the whole area.
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, when you guys are walking around, do you wear anything special to assist you?
Oh, absolutely. We're getting an understanding as to what has occurred at the scene. And by doing so, we have to walk throughout the scene. So we wear booties and we wear gloves. In addition, obviously, we would have flashlights to help us look in areas to illuminate that aren't well lit. And it doesn't matter if there's lights in the room or not, we still would have our flashlights with us.
And you're doing your best to take in the scene without potentially disturbing it.
Correct. We refer to that as minimizing contamination. No matter what you try to do, you are going to contaminate the scene by entering and walking around. There's no way about it. We cannot float through space. But we minimize the contamination. So it does take a while for us to get through the scene. It is a process. It's a systematic approach. You just can't be walking haphazard through the scene. Again, we're relying on that scene to get us information, so we have to take everything in.
All right, and Deputy, I'm going to show you some exhibits. And I'm going to have you briefly look through them. And these are exhibits 176 through 302, as well as 551 and 552. Just going to have you briefly peruse those. As a group, Deputy, how would you describe the photos, the exhibits that are up there?
These are photographs of the interior of 4595 Oak Springs Circle in the village of Windsor, Wisconsin.
And as exhibits, do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you observed on the scene?
Yes, they are.
All right, so at this time I would move exhibits 176 through 193, 195 through 205, 204 through 218, 220 through 225, 227 through 248, 252 through 278, 292 through 302, as well as 551 and 552, and 310 through 312 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those are all received and may be published.
Okay. All right. So Deputy, just to begin with, how would you describe the Halderson home just in general?
I would describe the overall condition of the house to be half finished and half in state of repair. It appeared to be some renovations occurring inside of the residence, and they were still living within the house. So then there were areas that were completed with the renovations.
Did that pose any challenges to you and your team during the search?
Nothing significant, no.
Okay. All right, and I'm Exhibit 176. How would you describe Exhibit 176?
Exhibit 176 is a photograph of the living room, which I call on the main level of the residence. And we are looking to the west. In the far left corner, there's the entrance door to the residence. That is just above grade. Directly in the middle of the photo, there's a set of stairs that ascend up to the upper level. The stairs go up to what I refer to as the bedroom level. The house is of a tri-level construction, so then there'll be an area that descends to the lower living room, family room area, and then yet again there'll be a basement as well.
Could I see counsel at the
Yes, absolutely.
sidebar for a brief moment?
What is Exhibit 178?
That is a photograph of the west wall of the same room. I'm sorry, that is the east wall of the same room that we were just in. We're just looking at the fireplace. That is a gas-sealed fireplace.
And a fireplace becomes significant in this case.
Yes, it does.
Is this the fireplace that became of any significance?
No, it is not.
Just in general, did the living room have any significant evidentiary value?
No, it did not.
Moving on, what does Exhibit 177 display?
Exhibit 177 is a photograph in the same living room. It is from the southeast corner, and now we're able to look out towards the north, and there's the dining room.
And this is actually Exhibit 9, an exhibit that we've seen earlier. But what does Exhibit 9 display?
This is a photograph of the dining room, and now we're able to see a portion of the kitchen that is to the northwest of this room.
And again, did the dining room have any significant evidentiary value to your investigation?
No, it did not.
What is Exhibit 179?
179 is a photograph that is taken from the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. This is the kitchen area. So standing at this doorway and looking to the north, we can see an exit door on the north side. And directly behind me, or opposing this, would be the entrance to the residence.
So that door there, does that go into the backyard or to somewhere else?
That opens up into the backyard. There's a set of stairs that descend down to the west.
Okay. All right. Was there anything really of note in your investigation in the kitchen?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 180. What is seen there?
This is the stairwell leading up to the second level or the bedroom level. And to the left in this photograph would be the front door, and then to the right would be to the kitchen.
And there's some blue tape that it appears above a light switch in Exhibit 180. Was that there when you arrived on scene, or is that part of your
All of these photographs are how we found the scene.
Okay.
This is an initial walkthrough. We have not done anything at this point. So that is not from us. That was artifact from whoever had placed that there previously.
How would you describe 181?
181 is a photograph at the top of the stairs facing to the west. We can see an open door in the right portion of the photograph. And then there are two doors to the left on the left side of this. What you can't see around to the right is another door to a bathroom. And then if you were to button hook around the corner to the right in this photograph, there's another bedroom.
Exhibit 182, how would you describe it?
This is a photograph of the first room on the left that I referred to in the previous photograph. This is the doorway that opens up into the laundry room. This room appears to be under renovation. There's a lot of supplies in this room for insulation. There's some flooring in this room as well. And it appears that the plywood flooring on the floor has been put down as part of the renovation.
183, please describe it.
This is the same laundry room. This would be in the southwest corner of the laundry room. It appears to be a makeshift area where one would have their toiletry items and stuff you would normally find in a bathroom.
184, more the same there.
That is correct, yes.
185, just a different view.
That is correct, yes.
186.
This is a photograph of a toothbrush that was located on the makeshift vanity, if you will, that was later collected as evidence.
And why was this toothbrush head collected?
The toothbrush was collected as a DNA source for what we believe to be Krista Halderson. Most of the items that were in that area were consistent with what a woman would have in their bathroom area. So we could assume that that was from Krista Halderson.
And Krista was, in fact, the only female residing at that location.
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 194. No need to glove up. I'm not going to ask you to open it. But can you tell from stickers from your office and perhaps initials what Exhibit 194 is?
Exhibit 194 has been marked with evidence number 41748. It is an electric toothbrush head that was collected and had subsequently gone and been submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, as their stickers affixed on here as well.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 194 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
What does Exhibit 187 display?
187 is a photograph of the floor in the laundry room area. Specifically, we can see there are two alpha markers on the floor that have been placed by items of evidence.
And of course, I am the one who arranged the photos. So these photos were taken after you had put down some placards.
That is correct.
And what is Exhibit 188?
Exhibit 188 is a reddish-brown stain that has been marked with the letter A in the laundry room on the floor.
189, the same but with the letter B?
That is correct.
What does Exhibit 190 display?
190 is a photograph in that same laundry room. This is, if you were to break the room in half, if you will, there was a washer and dryer in the previous photographs. There's a wall that separates the room, and there's a vacuum cleaner in this photograph, as well as some insulation and some flooring boards is what it appears to be.
191.
This is the vacuum cleaner that I collected from the bathroom.
And why was the vacuum cleaner collected?
During the evaluation portion of the processing of the crime scene, I identified that there was blood on the side of the vacuum cleaner. And I had further tested that blood with phenolphthalein, which gives us a presumptive positive for blood. Under the appearance, they appeared to be blood, but we need to confirm those stains, so we confirmed those stains with phenolphthalein. Then I use a subsequent test yet again, and it's called a hexagon OBTI test. This test differentiates between human and non-human blood. And that test was positive.
For human blood or non-human blood?
Positive for human blood.
So the first test you do is phenolphthalein, and is that just like a chemical that you apply to a swab or something else?
Correct. So we take a swab and we put a drop of sterile water on the swab to collect a portion of that stain, and then we use the phenolphthalein solution, placing a drop onto the swab, followed by another chemical on top of that, and when it turns to a bright purple color almost instantly, that's an indicator that the presence of blood.
And then you perform a second test to say,
Correct.
is this
No, we don't-
human or is this something else?
Correct. No, we don't do that on every stain that we collect. We don't do the second test. The second test differentiates between human and non-human blood.
And why do you sometimes not do the second test?
Depends if if it's in an area where there's a concentration of stains, and they can all potentially be from the same source. It is a tool that we utilize in order to be more effective in getting evidence tested at the crime lab. We're limited in the number of items that we can submit to the crime lab. We cannot submit everything that we collect. So this is a screening tool that we utilize in order to help us look at the best probative value of that piece of evidence. So if we collect a stain but we don't know what it is, we basically could be wasting somebody's time at the crime lab. Whereas if we're able to do the phenolphthalein test followed by the hexagon OBTI test, then we're basically utilizing the resources to the best of our ability.
Moving on to Exhibit 192. What is Exhibit 192?
This is the side of the vacuum cleaner that was in that same laundry room. It's marked with letter E.
193.
Is the same photograph. We put numerical markers in there indicating the individual stains that were collected from the side of the vacuum cleaner.
Now, is it fair to say when you are looking at this scene, you don't necessarily know everything else that's occurring in the investigation? Is that fair?
That is fair. However, we do rely on communication. The success of any investigation when it relates to the crime scene investigators and the detectives involves communication. We are guided by information that we're getting from them, and additionally, we are providing information outside of the scene because they don't know everything that's going on inside the scene, just like we don't know everything that's happening outside of the scene.
And is it fair to say that sometimes you might think something is evidence of something and then learn another fact later on and it has an innocent explanation?
Absolutely.
Exhibit 10. Please describe Exhibit 10 for the jury.
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the bedroom that would be in the southwest corner of the bedroom level. This would be the doorway that was beyond the laundry room door on the same side of that hallway. Looking in here, this is the bedroom of Chandler Halderson.
Exhibit 11, another view of Mr. Halderson's bedroom.
Correct. This is a view from the entrance facing to the north, to the west and to the southwest.
Could you describe Exhibit 195?
This is the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson. This is in the northwest corner of the residence on the bedroom level.
And was there much that you found in their bedroom that was of evidentiary value to you?
No, there was not.
How would you describe Exhibit 196?
Exhibit 196 is a photograph of what I would call a spare bedroom. This would be the bedroom that I refer to as button hooking around the corner. So this, on the bedroom level, this would be in the northeast corner.
And again, was there much evidence collected from this room?
No, there was not.
Describe Exhibit, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put in the 551, please.
Exhibit 551 is a photograph of the room that is between the bedroom of Bart and Krista Halderson in the northwest corner, and the previous photo of that spare bedroom. This room is between the two of them, so the wall to the right would butt up against the wall of that spare bedroom. This is a bathroom that is under renovation.
And this is Exhibit 552. Why'd you take this picture?
Well, I had previously been out to the crime scene at Irwin Road and was aware that there was a Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage type bin that was at that scene. And I saw that this cover was consistent with a cover that would fit that type of rolling garbage bin. Mind you, this photograph was taken after the initial walkthrough, and I had also saw in the garage area there is another refuse container consistent with appearance of the same Rubbermaid rolling storage garbage bin.
And the exhibits we've looked at, is that the entire bedroom level? Are there any more rooms left?
There are no more rooms on that level. There is a attic crawl space above the entrance to the bathroom.
And did you search that?
That was searched as well.
Anything of any evidentiary value found in the attic crawl space?
No, there was not.
Exhibit 197, what is Exhibit 197?
Exhibit 197 is the doorway opening to the bathroom. This is on the family room / office level. Also located on this same level would be access to the garage. So this level is at grade.
Is this the same level as the kitchen and dining room?
No, it is not. This is down one level. So we enter into the house through the front door, and that is the main level, if you will. And we ascend up the stairs to the left or to the west, and that's the bedroom level. As I spoke earlier of the photograph of the back door to the kitchen, and I referred to the front door being directly behind me. If I was to turn to the left and look down, I would have another set of stairs that would descend down into the family room, office, and garage level.
Exhibit 16, how would you describe Exhibit 16?
This is a photograph of the shower that's within the bathroom.
Anything of...
And we've seen a picture of an exhibit of Chandler Halderson's face. You know, you were standing in the shower and the judge was like, whoa, before you show it. They're like, don't worry, it's just from the waist up. So anyway, that was actually almost from the chest up. Chandler Halderson FaceTiming his girlfriend at the time, Kat Melander, after the murders. Oh my.
Noted all in the bathroom?
In the bathroom, there were stains that were blood stains that were on the baseboard.
And you called them blood. Does that mean you did the phenolphthalein test?
I did not do the phenolphthalein test on those. Crime scene investigator, Deputy Jim Plenty, did the test on those.
And you guys often rely on each other's work, being partners?
Yes, we do.
Moving on to Exhibit 546. Could you please describe Exhibit 546?
Exhibit 546 is a photograph of what I refer to as the office area. As you can see in the near portion on the left side of this image, there's a wall. If we were standing at that wall and went around the corner, we would be looking straight at the entrance to the bathroom. So the bathroom is just to the left and beyond this office area.
And is this a photo, if you know, before you search the area and move things around, after, or something else?
This photograph was taken prior to any processing or anything being done.
And there was some items of note found in this area. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
And in collecting and photographing, is it fair to say you moved some of the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. So in Exhibit 543, there appears, how would you describe Exhibit 543?
Exhibit 543 is a stack of papers and binders that were under the monitor that were on the desk.
Okay. And that's before you moved items again?
That is correct.
Okay. And then 198, how would you describe Exhibit 198?
These were photographs that were taken after the search of this area.
Okay. And Exhibit 543, there's an item there circled. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. It's a piece of paper that had writings on it and appeared to me to be consistent with access codes or passwords. Again, not knowing the relevance or importance of it, we simply just photographed it.
And to photograph it, you moved it?
That is correct, yes.
And that's Exhibit 198?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 203. What is Exhibit 203?
Exhibit 203 is the actual documents that I had photographed. They're basically written in pen and pencil. There's some typed login information is what I refer to them as.
So basically every IT person's worst nightmare, a list of passwords.
Absolutely.
And can you just look at this briefly? And before some of them, it says you, like username. Is that fair to say? There's a U before.
Yes, it appears to have a U, which I would assume would be username, and then below it, there's a P, which I would assume to be password.
And I just want you to look roughly how many passwords are on these sheets of paper in Exhibit 203. There's a back?
There's a back. I would suggest that there is no less than 45 to 50, as some of them appear to have been crossed out, and there are additional writings around the outside border of this document as well.
And is Exhibit 203 in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you collected it from the Halderson desk?
Yes, it is. Although I was not the person that collected it, I was present at the time that it was collected.
Fair enough. At this time, I would move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Based on the paperwork you went through and the totality of the desk area, could you tell whose desk it was?
There was a computer that was there. It was had a business card on it for a financial company in Middleton, and I came to the conclusion that that was the desk and office area for Bart Halderson.
And were you made
Just a quick pause. I see lots of questions, and now I know who's been naughty. Who didn't watch day 1, 2, 3, or 4? I could see you in chat. So don't worry, everything is timestamped for you, right? On day 1, Chandler Halderson's brother testified. Yesterday, which was day 4 that we watched together, we saw Chandler Halderson's toe. We also saw his entire police interrogation. So if you missed that, I would recommend checking that out. And on other days, on day 2, for example, we saw the neighbor's ring cam footage where Chandler was going around on the morning of July 8th of 2021, asking neighbors if they had any, ring cams or surveillance cameras and what they could see. So that was quite something to look at as well. So on any of the days, if you just go, the fastest way, of course, is just go to the day, go to the pinned comment. It means the comment on top. I pinned it. I made the comment myself, put all the timestamps in and pinned it. You'll also find the timestamps in the description box. And then you'll see who testified and what some of the exhibits were that are shown. I manually do the timestamps so that we know what we saw, what's going on, when it was, direct examination, cross-examination, and the witnesses' names and things like that. So if you didn't see those days, I hope you will go check it out. Welcome if you're only joining today for the first time, and Happy New Year to you.
aware during the investigation that he had been working from home like many people during 2021?
Yes, I was. I was aware of that.
And Exhibit 546. What is the red circled area in 546?
I believe that's around the documents that were collected.
And there's kind of one highlighted there in a screenshot from 543, which again was the video from the home that was previously played for the jury. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
And did you specifically move a document there, that document to be on top of the keyboard to photograph it?
I did not specifically move that, although it was moved there so that it could be photographed, yes.
Sure, by one of the other members of the crime scene.
That is correct.
And is that common to move items to aid in photography?
Absolutely.
But you are sure to document where it originally was first, is that fair?
That is correct as well.
Exhibit 201, is that a further picture of that document?
Yes, it is.
Deputy, I'm going to approach you with Exhibit 202. How would you describe Exhibit 202?
Exhibit 202 is the actual document that was previously shown on the screen, the photograph. It's an email which appears to be from Chandler Halderson to a person named Bart. And the subject matter says Madison College. And the backside, it looks like a letter to Mr. Chandler Halderson from Citizens Bank.
Remember how Chandler Halderson was faking emails between himself and the college and between the college and his dad? I mean, he was a liar for a long time.
And does this appear to be in the same condition as you saw it in the home?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 202 into evidence.
Actually, Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course. Over objection, the evidence is received into evidence.
And I would ask permission to publish to the jury.
And you may.
All right. I'd actually like to pass this one around, if that's okay.
Or is a photograph specific to the gray and white object, which is a Google play device.
Is it the Google version of an Alexa, basically?
That is my understanding, correct, yes.
I believe it's called a Google Nest.
That is correct, yes.
Why was this picture taken?
Well, in the overall totality of everything, I saw that all of the cords were plugged into one central area. However, the cord that would plug into the outlet to power all of these was unplugged. So there was no power to the desk, if you will, which is where a number of these items were getting the electricity from.
Were there any other Google Nests throughout the home?
Yes, there was. In the main entry-level living room, when you enter in through the front door, there was a Google device on the north wall of the living room. That Google device was unplugged. There was also a Google device that was located in the basement area, and that Google device was also unplugged.
Was that significant to you at all?
It was. It drew attention because I recalled a previous case out of the state of Arkansas where there was a motion in a trial there to attempt to get any information that listening device could have recorded, not just what was said when the wake-up word is used. So I thought it might have had some significance. That's why I photographed it.
And one additional question about the desk area. Was there a phone charger located on the desk area?
Yes, there was a phone charger. And if I recall, it was for like an iPhone.
Okay, so a few minutes ago, Mark Watt said, is there really only one picture of the Halderson parents? Because, it's just, one is just not enough. So I've made another one for us. There are hardly pictures available of Bart and Krista. I think this is the best one. It's the clearest one. But I will show you another picture now. Okay, are you happy now, Mark? Okay, and let's keep going around. We are 1 hour, 51 minutes into our trial day, out of 4 hours and 9 minutes. So we almost halfway.
Judge, this might be a good lunch stopping point.
Very good.
Describe for the jury what Exhibit 205 is.
Exhibit 205 is a photograph taken from the east side of the office level, if you will, facing towards the west. It is the doorway that leads out into the garage area.
And what is Exhibit 25?
This is a photograph of the interior of the garage. The door that was in the previous photograph would be adjacent to the two refuse containers that are in the left portion of that image.
And are the vehicles that are in the garage, the Volvo belonging to Krista Halderson and the Subaru belonging to Bart Halderson?
That is correct, yes.
What is Exhibit 2?
So Michelle Salter said, just so you know, I didn't open my lunchbox. No time for that. Close your lunchbox. We're not having lunch over here.
207, a picture of.
Exhibit 207 is a photograph that's depicting the Rubbermaid wheeled refuse container.
And is that container consistent with the container found in the woods at the Irwin Drive property?
This is the container that I referred to earlier in my testimony when we were speaking to the lid that was in the bathroom on the bedroom level that was under construction. This is the lid with the refuse container, and it's consistent with the same type of refuse container that was found in the woods out on Irwin property.
And I'm sorry, part of your testimony might be a little confusing. Is this the same lid that was upstairs in the bathroom?
No, it is not the same lid. This is the lid that goes with this container. There are two lids, then there would be two lids within that side of the house.
Exhibit 208, what is that a picture of?
This is a photograph depicting the two refuse containers that are provided by a municipality for picking of waste. One is a recycle bin with the blue lid, and the other one is the trash container.
And did you test or to perform any evidentiary test on any of these garbage cans?
I did. On the handle of the garbage can, there was reddish brown stain. There's also reddish brown stains on the inside of the container. The stain that was on the handle was tested with phenolphthalein, which was presumptive positive, and then followed up with the hexagon OBTI test, which was also positive for human blood.
Describe Exhibit 209 for the jury.
This is a photograph of the interior side of the west wall of the garage. This would be in the southwest corner. In this image, there is a placard with the number 7 that is indicating that the metal framed gray basket that is hanging and the items that are inside of that basket.
And the 7 was put there by police.
Yes, I put that there.
Okay. And Exhibit 210, what does 210 show?
Exhibit 210 shows another photograph of the same bin. However, the first container that was on top of it has been removed to expose a couple lengths of rope. You see a length of rope that is black in color, and there's also a length of rope that is orange in color.
And why did you note the rope?
The black rope is consistent in appearance with a rope that was around the torso of the deceased that was located on the Irwin Road property.
211, again, just a close-up of that rope.
It's showing the cut end of that rope.
And Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 279. Exhibit 279, does it have a sticker from your department with a label?
Yes, it does. It is a evidence ID number 41887, and it's the black rope from the garage basket.
I'd ask that you open up the bag. State will move Exhibit 279 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received. It may be shown.
Was the, what appears like tape, was that present when you collected it?
No, it was not.
Is that something done by the crime lab?
That was done by myself.
Okay, why?
It was done by myself in preparation for submitting the cut end to the state crime laboratory for comparison.
And specifically, what is Exhibit 280?
Exhibit 280 is a cut section from 41887, the evidence ID number.
And that is the portion of the rope that you cut and submitted, and it was submitted to the state crime lab?
That is correct.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 280 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Actually, I don't think it's a cutting from the previous rope that was seen. And then just to move in for the record, Exhibit 281, how would you describe Exhibit 281?
Exhibit 281 is an evidence bag sealed with evidence tape with evidence ID number 41993, which is the cut rope from evidence ID number 41692, which is the cut, the rope portion that was around the torso.
And I would move Exhibit 281 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Okay, Deputy, could you describe Exhibit 222 to the jury, please?
This is a photograph, again, of the interior side of the west wall of the garage. The previous photograph would have been to the left of this on that same wall. In this photograph, we can see the window, and below the window, There are some green stakes that are leaning up against the lower left corner of that window.
Okay. 223, can you describe Exhibit 223?
In Exhibit 223, we can see those same green stakes as a reference from the previous photograph. And we can see a golf club that is against the wall. And just to the left of the black head of the golf club, there's a number indicator for an item evidence that was collected.
212, what does Exhibit 212 display?
212 is a better photograph depicting the evidence marker number 8. Number 8 is for the wooden handle that is attached to the axe head that is on the floor of the garage.
Please describe 213.
Oh boy.
213 is a photograph of the axe that I collected from the garage.
And just to back up, this axe was kind of hidden behind some boards.
It was something that you had to look to see. I wouldn't say it was hidden. It was concealed by its placement. But if you had the right angle, you could see it was there.
Okay. All right. So Exhibit 214, can you please describe it?
Exhibit 214 is a photograph showing staining that is on the area of where the axe head and the handle of the axe come together. This red staining is consistent in appearance with that of blood. There's also some dark staining on the metal portion of the axe head itself.
Exhibit 215.
It is yet another photograph of the axe with the axe head. And again, we can see staining in the area of where the axe head and handle intersect.
Exhibit 216.
It is a photograph of the same axe, however, is the opposite side of the axe head. Again, we can see that there's some dark discoloration in the area where the sharp end of the axe would be, and there is not the same discoloration in the area of the blunt side of the axe head.
217.
217 is a photograph of the same axe, and here we're referencing the handle area, and we can see on the handle that there is dark reddish brown staining.
And 218.
218 is another photograph of that same handle. It's just more of an overview of the handle.
And if you want to glove up, Detective, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 219. What is Exhibit 219?
Exhibit 219 is the axe that I had collected from the garage.
And there's various stickers. One of these stickers says biohazard. Why is that on there?
There's a biohazard sticker on there, again, because of the reddish brown staining. The reddish brown staining that is on the axe is human blood. I tested it with the phenolphthalein test, the presumptive positive. I then followed with the hexagon OBTI test to determine if it's human blood or not. And the test came back positive for human blood.
Deputy, would you please open up Exhibit 219? And before you take it out, does Exhibit 219 appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is, however, there's a lot of purple dye staining that is on there.
Sure, from fingerprint testing.
That would be consistent with testing fingerprints.
At this point, and it was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for a plethora of tests.
Yes, it was.
All right. I would move Exhibit 219 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right. Deputy, could you please pick up Exhibit 219 and maybe walk back and forth besides the jury and show them Exhibit 219. If you would just put 219 back into the box. Exhibit 223. Could you describe Exhibit 223?
Exhibit 223 is, again, a photograph in that same area where the axe was. It's depicting the boards that are all standing on edge and leaning up against the interior side of the west wall of the garage.
How would you describe Exhibit 224?
Exhibit 224 is referred to as a bow saw, or handle for a bow saw, that is behind the boards. This would have been just to the south of where the axe was, or to the left in the previous photograph.
And it's kind of behind some boards.
Yes, it is.
How would you describe Exhibit 225?
Exhibit 225 is the one end of the bow saw. When I say it's a bow saw, it would normally have a saw blade attached. However, the saw blade on this particular bow saw is absent. However, there is a small fragment or a piece of a broken saw that is attached to the end of the bow saw, and that would be in the area where that silver round button looking area is.
Okay. If you want to put on some gloves. Deputy, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 226. From the stickers, can you describe what 226 is?
226 is the broken blade section in the bow saw under evidence ID number 42202.
Okay. Could you please open and visually examine 226, please? And does 226 appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you or a member of your team collected it?
It does, however, the end of the saw blade is no longer attached to the end of it.
Is it in a separate container?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was sent for fracture match at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This time I would move Exhibit 226 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And Deputy, if you could display at least the major part of that saw to the jury, or both parts, yeah, to the jury. Deputy, as you return Exhibit 226, do you see a brand name on it?
I do.
What is the brand name?
It is Craftsman.
Does it have any other markings or brand?
It has what would be a number, and then it has the another number of 21IN bow saw, indicative of 21-inch bow saw.
And is there any marking or brand name on the blade part? Okay.
Judge, can we approach just briefly?
Sure.
Exhibit 220. How would you describe Exhibit 220?
Exhibit 220 is a photograph of a Craftsman rolling tool chest that is against the north wall of the garage on the interior side, nearest to the northwest corner.
How would you describe Exhibit 221?
This is a drawer that is in the lower section of the rolling toolbox that I had opened and photographed.
And exhibit, well, it's the same exhibit number, it just has the added circle, so 221. It appears to be zoomed in. What would you describe there?
This is a handle for a all-way handsaw with two saw blades that are linked together with a middle wire of some sort.
Okay. And in that circled area, can you read a brand name for that blade?
I can see the always saw, but I cannot see the brand on the blade itself.
I'm sorry, I meant the saw. The Alway was the brand name?
That's what I see, yes.
I'm going to show you, Deputy, what's already been marked and received as Exhibit 140. This was a tool found at the Irwin Road property. And can you look at that saw and tell me what brand that tool is?
This is a Alway manufacturing company. It's cast into the metal handle.
So same brand at the farm, this tool, as the one in the Craftsman toolbox at the 4595 Oak Springs address.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you want to put 140 back? Exhibit 13, moving on from the garage. What room is this?
This is the family room that is on the lower level. This is the same level that the office is on, and the stairs that are depicted in the right side of the image ascend up to the main level or to the kitchen.
Could you please describe Exhibit 14?
Exhibit 14 is a overview of the family room. There's the table with the chairs. There's a fan on the table. There's a lamp on the table. There's a neck brace on the table. And in the background, you can see the stone fireplace.
Exhibit 240.
Exhibit.
Let me just ask you a question about those items on the table. Were they there when you first entered the home, or were those items that the police placed there?
This is a photograph of how we found the table at the residence prior to any work being done.
So the fan was there next to the fireplace?
On the table, correct.
Please explain Exhibit 228.
Exhibit 228 is a photograph. It's an overall photograph of the stone fireplace. We can see the fireplace insert, if you will, that is in the middle. That's the black rectangular framing that has double bifold glass doors on it. To the left, there's a storage area for kindling type wood with a bin.
Exhibit 229.
Yes, for those who don't know, this is the fireplace. This is where, I think this was gonna be his main plan. I don't think his plan would have been to scatter his parents' remains everywhere. I think he thought, you know what, I'm just gonna burn all the remains in this fireplace. That did not work out for him, obviously. But he did burn some of the remains in there. Like their heads. And there were over 100 bones found as well in the ash trap, so we'll get to that. I think that there's more on that tomorrow, which will be, of course, day 6 of the trial. I hope to see you back tomorrow as well. Right now, we at 2 hours 11 minutes out of 4 hours and 9 minutes of trial footage for the day.
What is Exhibit 229?
Exhibit 229 is a pair of work-type gloves.
And again, those were there when you arrived on scene.
Correct. This is a photograph of how we found it.
How would you describe Exhibit 230?
Exhibit 230 is a photograph of the fireplace enclosure. Now, this fireplace is not a gas fireplace. This is a wood-burning fireplace. There are bifold doors on the front. We can see that there are 3 of the 4 panes of glass that are in place. The 4th pane of glass is absent. And if we look at the lower edge of the frame on the left side, we can see a portion of the glass that would normally be in that position.
Please explain Exhibit 231.
Exhibit 231 is a photograph of the same fireplace. And we can see again in the area where the glass should be, there are portions of glass still remaining. We can see that above that on the trim that for the glass enclosure, that there's a silver bare metal essentially, where the paint has bubbled up, and there is a disruption on that surface.
I actually am going to go back a couple of slides. In Exhibit 240 of the items on the table, is there also a measuring tape on that table?
There is a measuring tape.
It also appears to be some hand sanitizer.
There's a hand sanitizer, and I believe there is a Target bag on the far right side.
Maybe a bottle of Advil and some sort of Star Wars memorabilia.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. 232. Could you please describe Exhibit 232?
Exhibit 232 is a photograph of the far right side, or the south side of the glass enclosure. This is on the family room side, or the non-fire side. It's showing the glass and streaks that are on the glass.
Do you have any thoughts as to what caused those streaks?
Objection, speculation.
I think you said foundation. Sustained, you can lay foundation if you,
Sure.
if you wish.
Detective Leatherberry, have you been taught through your various trainings as a crime scene unit investigator, have you had some trainings pertaining to fire or arson?
Yes, I have. I've attended the Dane County Arson Response Initiative training and received training in fire investigations.
Additionally, have you had any training on crime scene cleanup, or how to process potential cleanup scenarios as you process a scene that a suspect may have left behind?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on those training and your experience, do you have any ideas as to what caused the streaking?
It appears that an object was dragged across that surface in an attempt to clean that surface.
There appears to be a residue. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, this appears to be a smear is actually what it appears to be.
Could you describe at all what that residue, was it dry, oily, something else?
I really can't get into that because I did not do any further examinations of that.
Okay, fair enough. Exhibit 236. Could you please describe Exhibit 236?
Exhibit 236 is the middle portion of the glass that remains intact. That would be in the middle of the photograph. And we can see that there is a cloudy substance or smearing on the glass surface itself. And in the background, we can see the metal grate that is on the base of the fireplace.
Exhibit 233. What are we seeing here?
This is a photograph, a close-up photograph of the lower left portion, or the north side of the fireplace enclosure. What we see here is portions of the tempered glass that still remain within the door.
And Deputy, as you examined this fireplace, both around it and inside of it, did you find glass either on the outside of it or inside of it?
There were some small pieces of glass on the interior side of the fireplace itself.
And Exhibit 234, what is the jury seeing there?
This is a photograph of the bifolding door on the north end of the fireplace enclosure. What we can see here is that the frame is still intact. There's the absence of the one piece of glass that has been broken out, and the one pane of glass is present.
And this might just be the angle of the photo, but could the door still close? It almost looks like it's off track.
Yes, the door still closed.
Okay. 241, what is the jury seeing in 241?
In 241, we are seeing the area above the glass doors that is part of the enclosure. And what we're seeing here is the paint. There's the discoloration to the paint, and there's actually bubbling that has occurred.
Any educated guesses as to what caused the bubbling?
Yes. High temperature causes the bubbling of the coating that is on that material.
Could you please describe Exhibit 242?
Exhibit 242 is a photograph of the same enclosure. Again, this is the far left side if you're looking at it, or the north end. This is above the area where the glass was broken out. What we see here is the different layers. We have the layer of coating in the area of evidence marker letter L, and then we can see some bubbling to the paint as we move further to the right in this image. And as we continue, we can see that it is actually burned away from the metal material itself and has exposed the raw metal.
And that's what you see all the way on the right side?
That is correct.
Exhibit 235, what is the jury seeing?
Exhibit 235 is a photograph with the doors open, allowing us to see into the fireplace firebox. We can see that there is a metal grate. There are two logs situated from left to right or north and south. There is some unburnt newsprint paper material. There is a chain and a cable on the right side of the image that is for the damper. And below the fireplace grate is a ash cleanout door.
And what is an ash cleanout door?
It's an area where the ash can be deposited and swept into when cleaning the fireplace out.
Exhibit 237.
Exhibit 237 is the photograph. It's a close-up photograph of the previous image that was depicted. What we can see in this image, and drew my attention, was the different discolorations on the grate itself. When we look at the grate, we can see that there are areas that are more gray or light in color, and then we see areas that are more dark, or they have a wet appearance to them. When I had seen this, I knew that there was something more burnt in this fireplace other than just wood burning materials and newsprint. And I elicited the help of the ATF and the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations Arson Response Unit to assist.
And did they in fact come to assist?
Yes, they came out on 2 occasions. They came out to do an evaluation to determine if this is something that they would be able to assist with. Special Agent Boswell from the DCI is a certified fire investigator with the State Fire Marshal's Office, which is a division of the Criminal Investigations Unit, as is William Fulton. He's with the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. He is also a certified fire investigator. I am not a certified fire investigator, but I knew enough that I needed to call for some help and get some assistance from the subject matter experts.
Exhibit 238, what are we seeing on Exhibit 238?
Again, this is the same fireplace grate. As we look to the far right, we can see the end of the chain hanging down. That's the damper that controls the flue, if you will. We can see the fireplace grate, the dark staining, and the wood log that's in there, the brown and white wood log that is situated in the fireplace grate.
Exhibit 239. What is the jury seeing?
Exhibit 239 is a photograph, it's a close-up photograph of the two logs that are situated in the grate. And we also can see the unburnt newsprint. If we look in the center of the image, we see a dark colored object. That is burnt wood that has been placed on top of the unburnt newsprint. And if we look closer to the black burnt charred wood, there's a white object on that piece of wood. That white object is later determined to be human bone.
Don't you guys think that's weird? That Chandler would clean up, so much, quite sloppily, but clean up as best he could this fireplace as well, put these new logs on, and then here's this piece of burnt wood, but then this on top, like a little piece of bone. Did he think he could just like show off in plain sight, or what? Why is that there? It's just weird. I find that very strange, because there's it's pretty difficult to have that there by mistake. There's like the paper, he set up this whole little fireplace now to make it look like what? That's just, unless that's just like, oh yeah, I don't know what he thought he was making in there, what he's going to say to them, but wow. Okay. Yeah. Someone says Ned Smith. Chazzy had no attention to detail. Yeah, he didn't. Shirley says that piece of bone is very strange. It looks placed there. It's weird. What is he doing? Very, very dark person.
And that determination was made by the forensic anthropologist?
Yes, Dr. Christina Figueroa Soto.
Looking at the wood, the newspaper, the bone, did you guys look at the date at all on that newspaper?
We did, and we photographed the dates of all of those. I cannot recall what those dates are.
All right. Stay tuned. All right. Exhibit 310. What is the jury seeing here?
Exhibit 310 is showing a photograph of the same fireplace. However, this was done, taken after additional chemical processing had been done within the house, as we can depict the two evidence markers on the fireplace hearth, letter O and letter B is what I believe.
Now, Exhibit 243, this starts to have placards in it.
Yes, it does.
And obviously, your department placed them there.
I placed them there.
Okay. Tell us about Exhibit 243.
Exhibit 243 is a photograph depicting evidence markers with alpha markers next to them. These are depicting individual stains of blood that I located on the dark tar-like floor. You can also see that there is a marker on the hearth, letter B, that is also from a reddish-brown stain that tested positive for blood.
Exhibit 244, please describe.
Again, this is evidence marker letter B. This is on the fireplace hearth. It is on the grout. It's within the grout that is between the two large hearth stones, and it's indicating a reddish-brown stain.
Exhibit 312.
Exhibit 312 is a photograph of the same hearth. letter B is referenced in the previous image. If we look in this image, we see that the letter N, which is on the floor, and the letter O is placed on the hearth. Those are markers were placed there after chemical testing was done.
Exhibit 311.
Exhibit 311, again, is the same fireplace hearth. We can see the evidence markers FEDCIN on the floor and the letter O and the letter B on the fireplace hearth.
Exhibit 245.
Exhibit 245 is a close-up photograph of the reddish-brown stain next to evidence marker letter B. It is directly below the line in the middle that is the 1 centimeter line.
And I see pointed out on these, on your placards, it also says which room. So this one says family.
That is correct.
I believe we saw one earlier that was B, but it said laundry.
That is correct.
So you use the same letters, but you indicate which room.
We had to because of the number of items of evidence. We would have gotten into double lettering, and for ease of identification, we decided to label them with the numerical marker or the alpha marker for whichever room that we were in.
What does Exhibit 246 show?
Exhibit 246, again, shows the same as the previous. It's a medium shot of the stains that were on the floor.
Deputy, I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 249. Is your office's identification sticker also on Exhibit 249?
It is.
And what is Exhibit 249?
Exhibit 249 is 7 swabs that I collected from the floor of the family room, letters B through H.
And how did you take these swabs?
The swabs were collected individually. So a swab is basically a cotton Q-tip with an applicator on one end. It has a wooden shaft. They're approximately 6 inches long. We apply a single drop of sterile water to the tip of the swab, and with the tip of the swab, we place it into whatever material we're attempting to collect onto the tip of that swab. Once we collect that swab, it is then placed into a slide box. Now, a slide box is consistent with that, like a matchbox. It's placed into the slide box, and then it is sealed up.
And does Exhibit 249 also have a sticker from the crime lab?
Yes, it does. It has the M21, which indicates the Madison lab for the year of 2021, and the case number is 1575.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 249 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Deputy, I'll have you look at Exhibit 250. Please describe Exhibit 250.
Exhibit 250 are individual swabs of the stains next to evidence marker letter N and evidence marker letter O. These stains were identified when the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory responded with their field response unit to utilize luminol. Now, luminol is a chemical that we utilize to spray, is a liquid form that we spray onto hard surfaces. And what we're looking for is blood stains that are appear to have been cleaned up, or stains that have been cleaned up but are not visible to the naked eye. Just because a blood stain is wiped from a surface, it doesn't mean it's gone. There could be trace amounts still on that surface, and they will be represented as a fluorescent blue-colored glow when you apply the luminol. Luminol is done in the hours of darkness or when we can make the room completely dark, and it will fluoresce when it reacts with the blood. These two stains are stains that reacted with the blood but were not seen by me when I was doing my examination and found all the other stains.
And specifically, was it Nick Stahlke from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab who did the luminol?
Yes, Nick Stahlke and his team with John Ertl as an assistant and the two photographers assisted with the process.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 250 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Deputy, you're now going to be approached with a blow-up of a photograph. It is Exhibit 556. Could you please identify Exhibit 556?
Again, this is a photograph that I had taken of the fireplace. This shows the fireplace hearth with the alpha number letters, of O and B on the hearth, and then it shows the additional letters that are on the floor.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 556 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Exhibit 251. How would you describe Exhibit 251?
Exhibit 251 is a photograph of an open freezer that was located in the basement. Now, this freezer is against the west wall of the basement, if you will, and it is adjacent to the stairs that descend from the office area.
And this basement, how would you describe the basement in general? Is it one big room, kind of two little rooms, something else?
As you descend down the stairs and you're facing to the east, there's a wall, a cinder block wall that runs down the middle of the basement from east to west. It separates the north side of the basement and the south side of the basement. There's wood framing that extends from the west end of the wall that continues to the west. The cinder block wall at the east end intersects with the foundation of the basement itself.
So this basement area is very important because they believe this is where Chandler shot his parents. He must have lured them, obviously, one at a time to the basement. That's scary, right? So they're going to show us a whole lot of evidence now of this basement, where the chest freezer was and where it appears, that he may have cleaned up blood based on the luminol tests. Rob says, I can't imagine the time and effort that went into investigating this case. What an undertaking. Yes, indeed. Okay, if you are new here, welcome everyone. And if someone was saying earlier you have an issue hitting the like button, if anything like that happens, remember to update your YouTube app. And on your phone or device or whatever it is, remember to here and there go to your settings for your YouTube app. Go to storage and clear your cache, okay? Not all the storage, that will clear all your subscriptions and things. Just clear the cache every now and then. Because YouTube has so many updates that it's good to do every now and then, okay? So let's prepare ourselves for looking at all the evidence in this basement.
Exhibit 252.
Exhibit 252 shows the same freezer, and we can see that it is open. To the left of the freezer is a upright freezer. We can see the gray door with the silver handle. Beyond the freezer, there is a rolling baker's rack type shelving that has, for the lack of better terms, the COVID supplies. There's all kinds of supplies on that rack that has been stocked up. And to the right of the image, we can see the cement stairs that ascend up to the office level and family room level.
Exhibit 253. What is it appears in Exhibit 253?
Exhibit 253, we can see inside of the freezer itself. We can see that there is nothing inside of the freezer. We can see that there's indentations in the base of the freezer. We can see in the lower portion of the freezer that is nearest to the photographer, which was myself, a raised white portion for a drain.
And why did you become, obviously you took several pictures of this freezer. Why did you do that?
Quite frankly, it was out of place. It's up against the area where the supplies were, so it was in the way. It also was standing open, which I didn't think was normal. When I discovered this, I was not made aware of this. Again, we talked about briefing and talking with detectives, and information that I had received was that detectives and patrol deputies had previously been to the residence for when Chandler reported his parents missing. And during that time, they were in the house. And I couldn't think for a good reason why somebody would forget to tell me about a freezer that was in the basement. So I placed a phone call to Detective Sims and asked about the freezer, of why that freezer was in the basement, and it was not. She told me it was not there when they were there on their walkthrough. So again, that drew more attention. We have a freezer that just is out of place. The lid is open, and it was not in that same location when the detectives and deputies were there.
Damn, now we got to watch the walkthrough video again. Not right now, but if you want to see the entire walkthrough video, it was 90 minutes long. I posted it on Patreon, so please do check out patreon.com/Grizzly True Crime. That is a public post, so you don't have to like pay to see it or anything. You can just scroll the most recent post and you will find it there, and then you can watch the walkthrough. I'm going to do that after the stream just to make sure. Where was that freezer again? Just to compare, you know, because Chandler obviously moved it. He's like laying out all the red flags for everyone. He's literally like, look at this. Isn't that weird that this is here and open and clean? Like this guy, oh my word, really not very smart, right? Also, while I'm interrupting and speaking about Patreon, normally when we watch a trial together, for all the paid patron members, I offer a trial completion certificate. And a lot of the Grizzlies collect those certificates. I design them myself, and then I post them there because Patreon is a platform where you can actually do that. And then you can actually print them out and frame them if you want to. That's what some Grizzlies do, and they send me pictures. So thank you everyone for your collection of completing trials with me. So I will definitely make one for this case as well. But damn, like Chandler just putting this empty freezer here, and there's blood evidence that they found as well. A cleaned, empty freezer. And if you missed Kat Melander, who was his girlfriend at the time, testifying, she said that normally when she went there, this freezer was full. Full normally of salmon. You know, she'd fetched ice cream before as well. So if you missed her testimony, go check out, I think it was day 3 as well. It's timestamped for you. Was it day 3 or 4? Pop quiz, was it day 3 or 4? I think it was day 3.
When the missing persons report was filed.
Obviously, it appears empty in this picture. Was there any food in it that you had to remove?
No, this is the condition that it was in. I also noted that it was very, very clean. I also observed that there was a drain, which we cannot see in this particular image, but looking down inside, it would be the lower left corner of this image. And it appeared to have a liquid-like substance in it.
Exhibit 254. Can you see that drain in Exhibit 254?
Yes, this is a better representation of what I just described. The gray drain for the freezer is located in the lower left portion of this freezer. We can see that there is not a plug in place on the interior side, and neither was there a plug in place on the exterior.
What, if anything, did you do concerning that drain?
I took a swab of the drain and tested it with phenolphthalein, and I received a presumptive positive with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood. I then followed it with the hexagon OBTI test. The hexagon OBTI test, as I explained earlier, is for the presence of human blood, and it indicated that for the presence of human blood that there was human blood present.
So, for example, just to try to explain it, if you had steak that was bloody and went into that drain, that wouldn't result in a positive with your second test.
It absolutely would not.
Human blood is what tests positive.
Correct.
Oh, well, the defense asked if maybe it was from a nosebleed, though, because it could have been.
Deputy, I'm approaching you with Exhibit 374. Can you look at Exhibit 374? How would you describe it?
This is a swab of the blood from the freezer drain that I had taken, and this also has been submitted to the state crime laboratory for analysis.
Also has the biohazard sticker?
Yes, it does.
I would move Exhibit 374 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Exhibit 255. How would you describe Exhibit 255?
Again, Exhibit 255 is again showing that same freezer. Now we have the reference of the stairs to the right side that ascend up to the office/family room level. We can see the freezer, the chest type freezer that is open, as well as the upright freezer and the north cinder block wall of the basement foundation.
One more question about that chest freezer. Was it plugged in?
No, it was not.
How about the upright freezer? Was it plugged in?
Yes, the upright freezer was plugged in, and when I had opened it, the contents inside of that freezer were cold.
And those contents were food?
There were all kinds of food in there, yes.
Exhibit 256. How would you describe Exhibit 256?
Exhibit 256 is a photograph of one of the shelves that was behind the freezer, which would have been essentially between the freezer and the west wall of the basement on the south half, if you will. In this photograph, we can see that there's a couple bottles of Tide, a couple bottles of Dawn. There's a brown bottle with a white cap, and I noted that the seal was broken on that cap.
So what'd you do?
I picked it up to determine what it was after photographing it, and it is a empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
Could you please look at the stickers on Exhibit 282 when you have a moment?
Rosemary Vecchio. You make me want to do an accent and say Rosemary Vecchio. Is that correct? You said, did the parents have life insurance policies? Yes. When Chandler's brother Mitch testified on day 1, which is all timestamped for you, go check it out. He said the life insurance policy was approximately $1 million. And of course, then, they get the house as well. So I think that's what Chandler Halderson was also motivated by, that he wouldn't have to work and he could just get life insurance and the house. That's what it seems like. That's what we speculate the motive was. Obviously, he was also reacting to his dad finding out that he had lied about everything. So all his lies, well, most of his life, the most significant ones, were about to be exposed. That he didn't actually have a job. He was faking it for over a year. That he wasn't actually enrolled in college anymore. He had, dropped out. And that he wasn't going to work at SpaceX either. So his dad had just found all that out, and they were about to have a meeting at the university or the college. And that he got shot shortly after 3 p.m. on July 1st of 2021. Obviously ready to confront Chandler and ready to drag his ass to that college and be like, okay, let's hear it. What's he been up to? Has he even been here at all? So he was faking emails between the college and himself and his dad. He made all kinds of different email addresses up to try to pretend that he was still there and working as well, working from home.
And what do you believe Exhibit 282 is?
Exhibit 282 is the bottle of hydrogen peroxide that I collected from the basement. It was on the south side. It was on the shelf that was previously in the photograph.
Could you please open and visually inspect Exhibit 282? And is that the bottle of peroxide you collected? Yes, it is. At this point, I would move Exhibit 282 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, why in the world did you collect a bottle of common peroxide?
Well, there's a couple of reasons why I collected the bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Number one is it was out of place. We have a storage shelf that has stored supplies, and they're in great quantities. But there's a empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide that just did not fit. In addition, my experience in working with the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, I attend autopsies, and one of the products that they utilize to neutralize and clean up blood if they were to get it on some paperwork is hydrogen peroxide.
Does hydrogen peroxide have any smell?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Unlike cleaners such as bleach.
It definitely does not smell like bleach.
Exhibit 257, what do you observe there?
Exhibit 257 is a bottle of hand cleaner, the distilled water, and then it appears to be a void area.
What is Exhibit 258?
This is a photograph of the south wall of the basement on the south side. This is the foundation wall. And there are a series of storage shelves on the north side of that wall. They are the black shelving units, and we can see that they're neatly organized with translucent totes and boxes.
Exhibit 259, what is that display?
Exhibit 259 displays a yellow roll of duct tape that I observed that was on the shelf on top of one of the translucent bins as we see in this photograph.
So busted. Oh my goodness.
Exhibit 260.
This is a close-up photograph that I took of the yellow duct tape. We can see here that the cut end of the duct tape is visible.
And again, 261.
Is another photograph of the cut end of the duct tape.
When you're taking all these pictures of the yellow duct tape, were you aware of a garbage bin that was collected for evidence at the Irwin Road property?
Which is going to match this little tear. Remember, there was this little bit of yellow duct tape in the bin with the tarp in it. It was at the bottom of the bin that they found on Cress's property. Wow. So,
Oh, yes, I was.
Were you aware of the fact that some yellow duct tape was found in that garbage bin?
I saw the yellow duct tape inside that bin, and this yellow duct tape, again, it jumped out at me because it was consistent in appearance and color. And I definitely knew that this was an important piece of evidence that needed to be collected.
So did you collect it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Deputy, what has been marked as Exhibit 283. How would you describe Exhibit 283?
Exhibit 283 is the yellow roll of duct tape that was collected by myself.
Okay.
It also has crime laboratory markings for the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, item H and H1. What is different about the tape at this point is that the tag end of the tape has been pulled off of the roll and appears to have been affixed to a clear piece of acetate. Now, this would be consistent with something that we would that would be done at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory when we asked them to do a fracture match. Again, we submit this to the subject matter experts who are trained in making comparisons, and they can take the unknown sample from the garbage bin, if you will, and attempt to fracture match it back to a known standard, and that being this roll of tape that was at the scene.
To put it crudely, they can tell you whether or not it's like two puzzle pieces, whether they fit together or not.
That is a very good explanation of it, yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 283 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
Exhibit 262 is a photograph in the basement. This is a photograph, I believe, of the north wall of the basement. What we see in this photograph is a window that is actually, you can't see the window, it's covered with the towels that have been hung to prevent light coming into the basement.
And did police hang these up when they luminoled, or were these already there when you arrived?
No, we did not. These were already there when we arrived. This is a photograph of how it was when we initially saw the scene.
And Exhibit 263?
This is again a photograph of the window covering. In this photograph, we can see that a blue clamp has been used to cover the window and attached basically the blanket to the floor joist roof, ceiling supports.
264, could you please describe this image?
264, we can see the west wall of the basement. Now, it's hard to see, but at the very left side, you can see a yellow stripe. Just to the left of that, that would be where the stairs are that ascend up to the office or the family room level. What we see here is the cinder block wall. There's a wood bench that is blue in color. There's a butcher block style workbench top that is in the foreground. To the left of that, we can see a floor safe. We can see a gray tote bin on top of that.
And the floor safe, just to make sure the jury is focused on it is on the lower left-hand corner.
Correct. It is the gray safe, and you can see the evidence marker letter C is on that safe.
Exhibit 268, how would you describe Exhibit 268?
Exhibit 268 is a photograph, medium shot of the left side of the workbench. In the far left, we can see the stairs that ascend up to the basement level. We can see there are evidence placards, letter A, B, C, the letter G, and the letter F.
Exhibit 269, please describe that for the jury.
Exhibit 269 is the floor safe with the evidence marker letter C on it. We can see above the letter C and to the right that there are round circles. Those round circles are blood stains. They were observed as reddish-brown stains by Deputy Jim Plunty and myself. Deputy Jim Plunty and I determined that we would collect the stains individually. I sampled a portion of the stain that is above the letter C and tested that with phenolphthalein, and it confirmed that it was present for blood. I again followed with the second and subsequent test, the hexagon OBTI test. That hexagon OBTI test was positive for the presence of human blood. The remainder of the stains on that were not tested, they were simply collected.
And why is that?
Because they're in the same general area. Again, we talked about the most probative value in submitting items to the State Crime Laboratory because of the limitations that we have in submitting items. This is a screening process that we utilize so we can submit the evidence with the best value, and knowing that there was blood on that surface and it was human blood, we did not need to continue testing additional stains. We were confident that additional stains could be sent out and tested by the crime lab.
Do you ever
Remember that in Chandler Halderson's police interrogation, which we saw yesterday, which was what, day 4? Yeah, we're on day 5 now. So he said, no, he couldn't get into the safe. He didn't know any of those codes. So I would think he did. Because remember, his story is that his parents went up to their cabin or up north with some unknown friends in an unknown vehicle, and that they had taken tools, silver bars, liquor, and a lot of cash. So I wonder what he got out of the safe. I can't remember now if they got into it or not. We're going to listen now, but I'm just letting you know why they're also focused on the safe. And also, I mean, there's blood evidence everywhere in this home. My goodness.
because of the size of a stain or sample, have to make choices as to which test you do or what you do with the sample?
Absolutely. We can never consume a sample. That means when I do a test with phenolphthalein, I cannot utilize the entire sample because I'm only testing to determine if it's blood. If I utilize that entire sample, there is nothing left to send to the lab. I then have to make that same determination if there's enough sample left to be able to do the hexagon OBTI test. And doing the hexagon OBTI test, it simply tells me if it's human or non-human. It does not tell me whose blood it is. Again, I cannot consume that entire sample. There has to be sample remaining to be able to be sent to the crime lab.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 373. Can you please review the labels of Exhibit 373 and tell us what it is?
These are the 7 swabs that I collected from the face of the safe that was in the photographs previously. There's listed as swabs NS, so meaning north side of the basement, and they're swabs C1 through 7.
And is there also a sticker on that, on Exhibit 373 from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, this item was submitted to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab under case number M21-1575, and the item number or letter designation is Y as in young. There are additional stickers that are applied by the crime lab, and they appear to be Y1 through Y7.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 373 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Moving on, can you please describe Exhibit 270?
Exhibit 270 is a photograph taken in the basement. Again, we're on the north side of the basement. This would be in the northwest corner of the basement. We can see a refrigerator to the right. There is a bicycle in the background. There are alpha markers, the letter D and letter E, that are on the floor.
And what D and E, what are those denoting?
Believe letter E is a bullet fragment.
Showing you Exhibit 272. What does Exhibit 272 show?
Exhibit 272, we can see a gray piece of metal that has staining on it. And when we look at this, we can see that there's no uniformity to it. It is consistent with a projectile.
Projectile. Is that a fancy word for bullet?
But that is the portion of the bullet. The bullet is made up of the casing, powder, a primer, and then the projectile itself that is propelled from the firearm. So this is a bullet from a firearm.
Down towards the bottom right, is there anything, an
Yes,
additional metal
it's on the
fragment?
edge of the screen. There's an additional small fragment.
Okay. So there was 2 metal fragments.
That is correct.
Deputy, I'm now going to show you Exhibits 285 and 286. I'm actually probably going to have you open these up. So just while you're gloving up, what is the label of Exhibit 285 seem to be per your office's label?
The Exhibit 285 is a metal fragment from the basement floor that was next to evidence marker letter E. It is under evidence ID number 41873. This also was submitted to the Wisconsin State Laboratory, Crime Laboratory. It has their case number with the evidence subdesignator that they utilize of L and L2.
All right, and I'll have you, and it also has a biohazard sticker.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Ask you to open up Exhibit 285. And what is Exhibit 286 according to the label from your department?
Exhibit 286 is the metal fragment from the basement floor that was found near evidence marker letter E. It is affixed with evidence ID number 41874.
And does it also have Wisconsin State Crime Law?
There's a subdesignator letter M as in Mary.
Received, and it may be published.
And it appears to be in what I would describe as a small test tube. Is that fair, or what would you call it?
Like a small plastic cup.
Okay. Could you please walk that by the jury? And Deputy, as you package that up, when you discovered 285 and 286, did you know that they were part of a projectile or bullet?
To their subject matter experts for further evaluation.
Exhibit 273, what are we observing?
I'm sorry, you said 273?
Yes, I believe that's the...
Exhibit 273 is a photograph that was taken of the workbench. And in this photograph, we can see on the bottom left portion, a portion of that floor safe and that tote bin that we previously saw in the overall image that when we were looking to the west. We can see a blue bench and on the shelf of the bench, there is a spent fire extinguisher.
Judge, this might be a good time to take a break. The next couple of slides are going to involve a lot of exhibits.
I think that was the lunch break. Did you enjoy it? Close your lunch boxes, Grizzly. We've got work to do, okay? We are now at the 3-hour mark of our trial footage, the defluffed version, out of 4 hours and 9 minutes. So we've got 1 hour and 9 minutes left of trial footage for today. Lots of evidence, and we're going to get to the luminol testing as well.
I see no reason to disagree. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 10 minutes at this point in time.
Well, that was the 10-minute one.
Exhibit 274, what is the
That was the 10-minute. Still, no breaks. No breaks for you.
jury seeing in Exhibit 274?
Exhibit 274 is a photograph of a spent cartridge shell that was located on the floor under the blue workbench. It would have been located closest to the west wall of the basement and at the south end of the workbench, which is the end closest to the stairs and that floor safe.
And just for those that are not super familiar with firearms, what is a casing?
A casing is the metal component that is hollow and has gunpowder within it. If we look at the round cylinder end of this particular casing, you can see there's a light colored yellow insert around the green metal portion of the casing. That is the primer end of the casing. The projectile is attached to the opposite end and is usually crimped to create a seal. The primer from the firing pin from the firearm will strike the primer end. Again, that primer end is that light yellow colored disc with inside of the green metal surrounding it. When it strikes the primer, it creates an explosion and ignites the gunpowder within inside of the bullet. The pressure within inside of the capsule, because it's sealed, forces the projectile out of the out of the casing down the barrel of the firearm. And that's essentially how it works.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to show Exhibit 275. What are we seeing on Exhibit 275?
Again, this is another photograph of the same projectile that was located on the floor in the basement. Again, we can see that inner disc that is a lighter yellow color or gold color, and then there's the darker green casing for the casing itself. This casing was actually located on the basement floor by crime scene investigator James Plenty, who then called to my attention that he had found something. And then I came down and assisted him in the basement with taking these photographs.
So, Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 284. How would you describe Exhibit 284?
Exhibit 284 is the casing that was collected by myself. There's the casing that was in the previous photograph that was on the floor under the workbench. It has a alpha marker letter G. Letter G was one of the placards that we seen in a previous image of the overall images, and it was yellow in color. It is affixed with evidence ID number 41877 that I applied. It's a sheriff's office evidence barcode number. It also has the Wisconsin State Crime Lab case number that's the same as previously mentioned, and they sub-designated this item of evidence as letter AH.
This time I would move Exhibit 284 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And Deputy, I'm also going to give you Exhibit 26. This is a bullet given to Mitchell Halderson by the defendant. I'd ask you just to just look at those both, 284 and Exhibit 26. And I'd ask if you see any similarities between the items.
They are similar in color. I also know that the head stamp is the same. Now, the head stamp is the manufacturer's stamping that is on the head or the primer end of the casing. It's not on the primer, it's on the casing, so it's not on the yellow portion of the disc, it's on the green portion of the metal casing. When I first saw this casing that was in the basement, I'm looking for the name of a manufacturer. A lot of times the manufacturers will put their initials or they may even put the full name of the company that manufactures them. This particular company did not. This particular company put a logo on there, and knowing that this type of casing is consistent with a cartridge that would be used for a AK-47 or an SKS type rifle. I was wondering if it was maybe some type of imported ammunition from another country, and that's what I was trying to decipher. I later learned that the writing that is on the crown of the head stamp is for a company named Barnaul. I also observed that on the head stamp along the lower arch of that round casing, the number is 7.62 by 39, and that is the same head stamp that is on the exhibit number 26, Sheriff's Office ID number 417, which is ammunition from M. Halderson. This particular piece of evidence, as we look in comparison to the casing of the one that was found within the basement, it is just the casing. And if we look at the one that is marked as Exhibit 26, it has a copper-colored projectile that is still intact. It also has a primer in it, and that primer is not dented, indicating that this is a complete round and it has not been fired.
So Exhibit 26, not fired. Exhibit 284, a fired casing.
Yes, a fired casing, also referred to sometimes as a spent shell casing.
And I'm going to leave these two up here. We have more ammunition we're going to compare in a minute. Deputy.
Okay, quick pause. Elaine says, I watched this trial originally when it took place. I'm learning so much more watching it here. Thank you, G and the Grizzlies. That's nice. Thank you for being here. And yeah, sometimes with these past trials, when we watch it again, especially together, then you actually hear things that you're like, what? I didn't hear that before, right? I'm sure one could watch it many times. Thank you so much all for being here. As I said in chat, I'm very impressed, okay? There's over 4,000 Grizzlies here. You made it here on the first day of 2025. That's amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
How would you describe Exhibit 276?
Looking at Exhibit 276, we're facing to the east. This is on the north side of the basement, or the north half of the basement. We see that there's a wooden bookshelf, the natural wood color to the right. There's a safe that is black with a silver face next to it. We can see that there's a plastic table, and then there are two folding chairs that are folded in the chair position, and there are two additional chairs on the left side of that image. If we look at the concrete type floor, the concrete floor as well as the walls in the basement are painted in a gray type paint. We can see that there is a defect on the floor that is on the photographer's side, or the near side of the chair that is to the right in this image. The defect is a white, in this image appears to be a round or elliptical type defect.
Exhibit 277?
Exhibit 277 is a medium shot of that same defect in the concrete floor.
Exhibit 278?
Exhibit 278 is the same defect. This time we've added evidence marker letter H to it. We can see that when we get closer with the imagery that there is some depth to the defect, and it is not uniform in its edges are jagged.
And why is this defect interesting to you?
There were other defects on the floor, but this defect was interesting because it was absent of grime. Now, I can't say that it's fresh, but I can tell you it is not aged like the other defects that were on the floor. It doesn't have dirt or debris within that defect like the other defects had. It's not uncommon for a basement floor to have scratches or gouges, but this one, it stood out, and it still had like a powder, like busted concrete texture within the defect itself.
547, what are we looking at in 547?
In 547, we're looking at the floor on the south half of the basement. We're on the west side of the basement facing to the east. We see evidence markers letter F, and we see evidence markers letter G. Now, if we look, you can see that the basement floor doesn't look the same as in the original images that we had taken. This photograph was taken after the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory Field Response Unit came out to assist us. It consisted again of Nick Stahlke, John Ertl, and the two photographers that came out to do the luminol. And what you see here is the residue, the white residue that is left behind when luminol is sprayed onto the hard surface. I further say that letter F and letter G are areas that fluoresced or luminesced that we collected swabs from the concrete floor.
Which brings us to Exhibit 287. Deputy, could you please look at the labels on Exhibit 287 and describe what 287 is?
287 are 3 swabs from the south side of the basement area, G, F, and F. The Sheriff's Office barcode number is 41884, and it also has Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory case number with subdesignations of AB, AB1, AB2, and AB3. Now, in the image I told you, there were 2 areas that were collected. The area F was swabbed twice, so 2 swabs were taken from area F, and they were collected separately.
I would move 287 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe Exhibit 292?
I'm not sure I heard you correctly. Was that 292?
Yes.
Exhibit 292 is a photograph that I took of the basement. Again, this is in the south side of the basement. It is in the southwest corner. As we see now, the freezer has been removed and collected as evidence. It is no longer in front of the wire rack rolling storage unit that has the supplies on it. We can see the left side of the photograph. There's the gray door with the silver handle for the upright vertical freezer. There's a shop vac that is on the floor. And then we can see that there's an area that protrudes north of the foundation itself. That would be the area below the front steps that would be commonly referred to as a stoop. And in some instances, in home construction, they get filled in. In other instances, they get capped off, and they can be used as additional storage areas.
Exhibit 293.
Exhibit 293 is a photograph of the it's on the south side of the basement. It is the southwest corner. We can see the cinder block wall, And then we can see above the cinder block wall, there are silver pipes. Those silver pipes are conduit that contain electrical wires within it. You can see the junction box that is affixed to the cinder block wall. We can see that there are a couple pieces of wood that are attached to the wall, and the area above the cinder block has a wood construction creating a wall above the cinder block. You can see.
Sorry.
You can see that there's the gray paper-like material. It's got some red writing on it. That is the paper side of the insulation that was placed inside of that cavity. The area that is between the 2x4 studs and it's for insulation purposes.
Exhibit 294?
Is just another photograph of that same area. Again, we can see the red markings for the insulation.
And what does Exhibit 295 display?
Exhibit 295 is an area of the cavity that is exposed once the insulation is removed from the studs. And when we look in the lower portion of that image, we can see that steel pipe, and then beyond it, there are some black triangular looking pieces. Those pieces are consistent with a mouthpiece that would be used on a vape type instrument, which is an instrument that a person sometimes uses if they're a smoker to mimic cigarettes.
And was this vape mouthpiece out in the open like this, or was it behind insulation?
It could not be seen. It was concealed within that cavity, and it was covered with the insulation.
Upon learning that, did you guys then remove more insulation in the area?
We removed all the insulation in the basement after seeing that. There was an indicator that somebody was hiding something in the basement. Those were put there purposely. They're not left there by accident.
We know the defense is going to say it could have been anyone, right? Chandler's brother, perhaps? Anyone could have hidden that there, yeah. But look how dodgy Chandler is. It's probably him. Hiding all sorts of things in the insulation. Really? This is what you chose to hide here? Oh, my.
Exhibit 296.
Exhibit 296, we can see in the bottom left portion those same vape mouthpieces. However, as I pulled back more of the insulation and exposed the cavity created by the 2x4 walls, you can see the magazine from a firearm that also contains bullets. The magazines are concealed within the wall and hidden with the insulation covering them, so they could not be seen unless the insulation was removed from the wall.
So someone's asking Blue Bear Arts, but why hide a vape? As a distraction. If they pull back some of that insulation and go, whoa, there's something here. He didn't think they're going to look further. They'll just be like, oh, there's a, what did they call it? A vape mouthpiece. Oh, well, nothing to see here. I mean, I don't even know what movies does this guy watch? He doesn't watch any true crime. Clearly, he doesn't watch that. But what is he basing all this on? Because really, it's very dumb. Like, I will put this here so that they think there's nothing else in here. Nothing to see here, folks. Walk away. It's just a vape mouthpiece. Well, actually, then there's this. Because, naturally, the cops will be like, that's weird. What else is he hiding in the walls? I mean, for example, John Wayne Gacy, a serial killer, used to hide a lot of little things in the walls. So, yeah, cops are aware that killers can do this. Chandler, you are not unique, okay? My goodness.
So the magazines were hidden behind the insulation.
Correct. They could not be seen without removing the insulation. And the insulation was put back into place as it really did not look out of place. But during our extensive search, I decided to pull back insulation and dig a little bit deeper and a little bit further, and this is what I found.
And obviously by magazine, you don't mean Sports Illustrated. What's a magazine for people that are not gun users?
So a magazine is part of the firearm. Not every firearm has them, but on some firearms that are semi-automatic, they have a storage container that is called a magazine. The bullets are pushed into the magazine from the top, and when you see the bullets, that is the top of the magazine. As you push the next round in, they compress a spring that is at the base. And the magazines have different capacities. These magazines hold multiple rounds of ammunition. That magazine is then placed into the firearm, and then the spring will feed the firearm and force additional ammunition into the chamber of that firearm as it cycles each time the trigger is pulled.
What do you observe in Exhibit 297?
Exhibit 297 is after I pulled the insulation from the wall, I stepped back and took an overall photograph. This is for reference, so a person who was not there can understand where within the basement those were located.
How would you describe Exhibit 298?
Exhibit 298 is a close-up of the 3 magazines that I located concealed within the basement wall. The magazines are of a polymer or plastic-like material, and there are 3 of them. I collected each of them. One of them listed as the front, which is the one closest in the image. One listed as top, which is the one in the highest portion of this image. And then one listed as bottom, which is the one that's leaning over in the far right side of this image.
Exhibit 299, how would you describe Exhibit 299?
Exhibit 299 is when I completely remove all of the insulation. Again, this photograph is to show the condition in which they were found and in relation to the vape mouthpieces that were located. Again, just a reference.
Exhibit 300.
Again, this is another perspective allowing a better view of the 3rd magazine, the one that's listed as bottom. In each one of these magazines, we can see that there are bullets in each of those magazines.
And 301. Just another perspective view.
Again, it's just another reference photograph so that the viewer can have a understanding as to where they were located within the basement.
And same for 135?
Correct. It's an
sorry, 302.
The 302 is a overview, again, showing in relation to the storage shelf and the magazines.
Deputy, I'm going to approach you now with Exhibits 288, 289, and 290. And I'm going to have you describe the labels on Exhibit 288 first.
Exhibit 288 is the magazine that was listed as the front with ammo. It's got evidence ID number 42258 affixed to it.
I would move at this time Exhibit 288 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
I'd ask that you open it up, and I'm actually going to have you count the amount of rounds in that magazine. Yes, thank you. Will you just hold it up for the jury? All right. Now, if you would count the rounds, sir. 20. Okay. And that was Exhibit 288. If you would return the rounds and magazine to the box. And I'm going to have you repeat the same procedure with item 290.
Item 290 is the rifle magazine listed as bottom with ammo that I collected from the wall.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 290 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, I would ask that you count the bullets. No need to display them if you just want to count them.
18, 19, 20.
All right, thank you. If you want to
Deep
return
left
those
for you.
items to the bag.
If you're wondering, how did that go? What? 20. Deep left.
And finally, I'd like you to repeat the same procedure with item 289. And what does the label from your department say for 289?
Exhibit 289 is a rifle mag, top with ammo, evidence ID number 42259. This is a magazine which I collected that was concealed within the wall.
All right, I would move 289 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And again, yes, please, count the rounds.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So only 15 rounds in Exhibit 289.
That is correct.
So missing 5 rounds as compared to the other 2 magazines.
Yes.
Okay. Now, but maybe before you close that, the bullets in all 3 of these magazines, is their ammunition consistent with each other?
Yes, and looking at the head stamp on the ammunition, they're all the same color, the same caliber, 7.62 by 39, and they all have the same head stamp from the manufacturer that is the logo for Bernal.
And is that the same head stamp that you identified in the Get Well bullet as well as the casing found on the basement floor?
I don't recall which one was a Get Well bullet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 26.
Yes, they are all the same.
Okay. This one just has Get Well written in Sharpie on it. So all of the ammunition that is displayed up here is all the same caliber, all the same head stamp.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy, approximately how many hours did you spend processing this place?
I would suggest over the 3-week period, it was roughly 10 to 12 hours a day. Not working every day. We did have a couple days off in there.
So the pictures that were shown to the jury today, were those all taken in the same day or in different days?
They were taken in different days. They were not taken all at the exact same time, no.
Now, as far as you being at that home, is this your first time that you were in the Halderson household?
In reference to this investigation, yes. I'd never previously had been at that residence.
So you mentioned multiple times that the way you photographed things that day was how it was when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
When I entered under the guise of the search warrant, we photographed the entire interior of the residence, how we found it. And again, I talked earlier about wearing booties and the cross-contamination. You just cannot get past that. But nothing else was moved when the initial photographs are taken. And when we walk through and we're taking our notes, and I talk about that golden hour with Deputy Plenty, we're not moving or touching anything. We're simply looking.
And along those lines, would you agree with me that your role is primarily to take in the scene, not necessarily analyze the scene. Does that make sense?
I would disagree because my role as a crime scene investigator differs from a detective. When I'm at the scene, I'm trying to read what the scene is saying. I'm trying to interpret what the scene is saying. The detective, they get verbals. They talk to their witnesses, their victims, their suspects, and they are able to communicate verbally. I have to interpret what has been left for me. I have to try and essentially analyze, for lack of a better term, what is there and what isn't there.
So along those lines as well, are you the individual that gets to determine what is of evidentiary value and what is not of evidentiary value?
I'm one of the people, yes, I am.
And I believe in this particular location, it would be you and Deputy Plenty.
That is correct. Now, and additionally, we do our investigation and we're making a evaluation as we're doing it, and we're identifying what needs to be done to the scene. Okay, that first evaluation. What additional resources are we going to need? Are we going to need help from other agencies, be it the State Crime Laboratory Field Response, the ATF, DCI's State Fire Marshal's Office? All of that is going in and taking place. Once we sequence what is going to happen, we roll out our plan. Now that changes, and things happen that allow us to continue, and then there's roadblocks that we have to stop and change our direction, our course of attack, if you will, on processing this scene. Once that is all done, again, we talked about that communication with the detectives and having an understanding as to what's taking place outside of the crime scene. I don't know everything that has taken place. I don't know every interview that is being conducted. So what we do then is, once we're done with the processing of all of the evidence that we find forensically, we then bring the detectives into the scene and they do a wall-to-wall search. And during that wall-to-wall search, they're looking for additional documents that they might have an understanding that has relevance to the case that I would have no knowledge of, because I'm not the one out doing the interviews. This is a team approach, and we need the detectives to give us information. We give the detectives information, and then we have them come in and we release the scene to the detectives so they can do their wall-to-wall search for additional things that we may have not had any knowledge that may or may not have been important.
So in conjunction with you and the crime scene team, along with the detectives, it's fair to say that this house was very thoroughly processed.
Yes, I referred to the search when the walkthrough was conducted with the district attorney's office. I used a term that when we get done with the search, when we're done with a tornado search, we'll find everything. And the district attorney looked at me and wondered what tornado search was. And I told them that we will turn the house upside down, looking for whatever piece of evidence is in here that would have any value to this case. And that's what we did.
And the DA has placed all of the exhibits that they've presented to you in that corner. That's not even half of the exhibits or of the evidence that was collected in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And when we're talking about
Well, with defense questions, it almost sounds like it's the state. You did a thorough investigation. Yes, we did. Okay.
exhibits and evidence, we're not only talking about anything that could contain blood, we're talking about digital evidence such as flash drives, anything like that that this house had, you would have collected and processed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going into the blood evidence that you had talked about in direct examination, you essentially performed two types of tests, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the first one was just to see if there was a presence of blood. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would be the phenolphthalein test that detects just simply the presence of blood.
And then that second one was that hexagon OBDI or OBTI test.
That is correct. The hexagon OBTI, that differentiates between human blood and non-human blood.
The tests that were performed on this blood initially from you, they cannot tell you when that blood was placed on that location, correct?
No, they cannot.
And I think you might have mentioned this in direct examination, but I'll say it again. It cannot tell you, these tests cannot tell you whose blood that is.
No, that is that's the screening process that we utilize, again, to get the best probative value for the evidence that we're allowed to submit to the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory. And that's when the DNA evaluation and testing is conducted at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. That is not something that is done in-house by any sheriff's office in Wisconsin.
And along those lines, those two tests that you performed on the blood, they cannot tell you how it was that the blood was placed there.
No, they cannot.
Same with the physical evidence that you recovered. So for example, we spent some time talking about metal fragments that were located in the basement. Do you recall those?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're able to determine that they're metal fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And maybe you're able to determine that they're, I think you refer to them as projectiles.
Consistent with the lead fragment of a projectile, yes.
But a thorough, conclusive saying that this metal fragment is a projectile, that's not something that you would be able to do, correct?
No, that would again go to a subject matter expert at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in the firearms section.
And again, as far as you're concerned, you cannot tell us when those metal fragments were placed there, correct?
No, I cannot.
And generally, you cannot tell us how they were placed there.
No, I cannot do that either, no.
And that goes with any kind of physical evidence that you recovered at the household, correct?
Could you ask the question again?
Sure, yeah. So I specifically talked about the metal fragments, but
Yep.
as far as any kind of physical evidence that you collected, you weren't able to tell the jury or anyone how it was placed there, correct?
In respect to the metal fragments or any evidence?
Any evidence.
That is not correct.
So there's some evidence that you are able to say how it was placed there.
Correct.
Could you give me an example?
The bloodstain patterns.
And when we're talking about the bloodstain patterns, that's quite literally the pattern, not how the blood was placed there, just the pattern, correct?
Correct. Well, the pattern will tell us basically how it was applied. So when we look at the face of the safe and we see the stains that are on the face of the safe, they're pretty much round, and they're small. And that tells us that those stains impacted on that safe at a 90 or near 90 degree angle. So the face of the safe is a horizontal surface. So the blood is deposited onto the face of the safe at a 90 degree angle.
But again, you do not know when it was placed there.
I cannot say that, no.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yeah, they just know that it was placed there. Placed is a funny word to be asking in those questions. Placed. Treasures once it, so you can't tell. I wish they had asked that. So you can't tell if it was, I can't even say it. So you can't tell if it was toe hole blood.
One brief question. The jury previously, and counsel, I think, mentioned some of the photos. The video that Scott Coons, the slow walkthrough of the property, was that done before or after photos being taken?
I cannot recall exactly the time. It was on the same day, but I do not recall if that was prior to or after.
Sure. Was it done before any items were moved?
Nothing was moved.
Okay. That's it?
May this deputy be excused? And released? Or no? Not released, but excused. Are there any, well, I know we should get the,
Yes,
I will
I
ask
will.
him to, with your assistance, to box up the
Absolutely.
exhibits that are there before we proceed to the next witness. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last name?
Nick Stahlke, N-I-C-K, S-T-A-H-L-K-E.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the State Crime Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And what sort of training did you have to go through to become a forensic scientist?
I have to have a minimum of a 4-year degree or a bachelor's degree. My degree is in medical technology and chemistry.
And where did you get that from?
St. Cloud State University.
And then did you have any further training after that?
I have a lot of different training sessions that I've attended over the 30-plus years that I've been a forensic scientist.
Well, could you give us the highlights? What are some of the specific trainings you have?
Well, I had training in crime scene response processing. I had a course in advanced scene processing, bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory, fracture match, or physical match, and all the other associated training that's required for the processing of crime scenes.
Okay. And is one of the things that you've had training and experience with luminol?
Yes, it is.
And what is luminol?
Luminol is a chemical when added to a scene that has the presence of blood and a hydrogen peroxide will cause a chemiluminescence.
Okay, so it's a chemical that when added to blood, it'll cause it to react under a certain light?
Yes, it does. When blood is present and you add luminol, the blood reacts as a catalyst, causing the blood to actually luminesce or give off light.
Okay. And what is it used for?
We utilize luminol for determining whether or not there's a cleanup at a crime scene. I also like to use it for determining what has actually occurred if there's been any movements within a crime scene that isn't necessarily understood from just the visible blood that we see at a scene. So it's helpful in identifying non-visible blood at a crime scene.
So it allows you to see blood that is not able to be seen with the naked eye.
That's correct.
In the course of this investigation, were you asked to luminol some vehicles?
Yes, I was.
And was one of those vehicles a Volvo belonging to a Gisela Halderson?
It was.
And what, if anything, were the results of that luminol?
It was negative.
And what does that mean?
That means that, first of all, when we did the examination of that vehicle, we always do a visual examination. I did not see any visible blood. We followed that up with then the application of luminol, which again is you see a visible reaction for non-visible blood from the application of luminol, and I did not get a reaction from that.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibits 342, 343, and 344. How would you describe exhibits 342 through 344?
Exhibits 342, 343, and 344 are photographic images of vehicles that I processed in this case.
And I would move 342 through 344 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
And I'd ask for the Elmo. And 342. Was this the Volvo that you processed?
It is.
And no signs of blood in that Volvo?
That's correct.
So the Volvo was Krista's vehicle, and the Subaru was his dad's.
And 343. Was that the Outback, Subaru Outback vehicle that you processed belonging to Bart Halderson?
It was.
Okay. And what result did you have with luminol with that vehicle?
Again, it was negative.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you 344. Is this another vehicle that you at least took a look at?
It is.
And did you perform luminol on this vehicle?
I did not.
And why is that?
The condition of the vehicle, all the items that were located within the vehicle would suggest that none of those items had been removed or had been replaced. All those items seemed to be in the condition that it had been for some period of time. So in my estimation, it wasn't necessary to attempt luminol for this particular vehicle.
And 344 is specifically the vehicle that was owned by Kat Melander, the girlfriend in this case?
That was my understanding.
So let me ask you, if I have something that is bloody, but I put it in some sort of plastic, would luminol detect stains on the flooring underneath?
No, if there's no contact with luminol on the surface that is being tested with luminol, it will not detect or give any kind of reaction to the application of luminol.
So similarly, like putting on gloves, you don't see fingerprints. If you wrap something in a barrier, it would prevent the luminol from picking up on blood.
That's correct.
And sir, did you write a report in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 548. Could you please describe Exhibit 548?
Yes, Exhibit 548 is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings.
And why do you write reports with the results from your investigation?
We always write reports so that everyone understands that we were there performing a duty, and those then, when we have conclusions that from our examinations, we need to report those to the
And
for the
is
agency.
Exhibit 348 a true and accurate copy of your report?
Exhibit 548?
I'm sorry, 548.
Yes, it is.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 548 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And just for completeness, Exhibit 303, is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Exhibit number 303 is, yes.
I would move Exhibit 303 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, the cars were just a small part of what you looked at in this case. Is that fair?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 304 and Exhibit 305. And in connection to this case, you created a PowerPoint.
Yes, I was asked to do that, yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 304 is just a USB of your PowerPoint. And Exhibit 305 is a printout of your PowerPoint.
Exhibit 305 is that, yes.
Okay. I'd move Exhibits 304 and 305 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
So Exhibit 305 is a PowerPoint with 23 slides approximately.
Yes.
Okay. And in the first slide, that's just the outside of the house that you processed.
That's correct.
And that house is the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address.
It was.
Okay. And what do we see on slide 2?
I like to describe this house as a tri-level, but it actually has 3 levels above ground, 4th level being the basement. So this would be the lowest level. This is the foyer at the front door. This off to the left is the family room. Behind us would be the entrance to the garage. And in the middle there, in the top center of the photograph, is the entrance to the basement or the lowest level.
Now, did you luminol the entire house?
No, we only luminoled those areas that of concern. And those areas were the basement, the foyer here. There's a bathroom then up on the top right corner of this photograph. We did that one as well, and then the garage.
Okay.
And the family room, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. And slide 3. How would you describe slide 3?
Slide 3 is the lowest level. This would be the basement. The basement was split basically in two, divided by a dividing wall. This would be the north half of the basement.
Okay. And how would you describe slide 4?
Maybe, I'm sorry, I think that's the south, actually the south side of the basement, because the front door is facing south. So this would be, when you go down the basement stairs to the right and just to the left, then that is on the north side of the basement, so the south side of the basement. This is the south side of the basement. This then is the floor of the south side of the basement.
Slide 5.
Well, the slide just before this was a photograph of the floor with white light. This is a photograph then with a long lens opening with no light at all other than the light that is being generated by the application of luminol, and then a small pop of light or flash so that we can get an idea of the relative positions of the items within the scene to the luminol itself. If we didn't do that, all you would see would be the luminescence of the luminol reacting to the presence of whatever it's reacting to.
Now, the blue area that's for lust, I believe you said, is that all blood that it's reacting to?
This could be blood that it's reacting to, yes.
Exhibit, or slide 6. What is slide 6 depicting?
Because I only applied small areas of luminol to the basement floor in small intervals or in sections. This is a second photograph of application of the luminol closer to the camera itself.
And you said that the luminescence could be blood. Could it be something else?
Well, it does. Luminol does react with bleach or any other chemical that has some metals in it. Also, some plant materials will give some false positives.
So if somebody had cleaned the floor with bleach, that might also respond to your luminol.
It can, yes.
What about hydrogen peroxide? Would that cause any luminol?
Well, to cause the reaction of luminol, actually luminol is part of the chemical reaction of luminol. When you apply luminol, you're applying a basic solution with luminol and with the addition of hydrogen peroxide, which is an oxidizer, causing the luminol then to react to the iron that's in the hemoglobin of the blood to luminesce. So hydrogen peroxide is actually a part of this then. Hydrogen peroxide is also a good cleaning agent or a bleach, which will remove stains and break down cellular material like blood.
Slide 7, what is the jury seeing?
Okay, slide 7 is the opposite direction of the previous slides. The previous slides had the camera in the position just this side of that small chest freezer looking our direction. In this case, this photograph is looking in the opposite direction.
When you are luminoling this area and the area that we just looked at and you're getting some fluorescence, is anybody else swabbing that area or testing it for blood in any manner?
Once we identify an area that is reacting, giving us a positive reaction to the application of luminol, we then swab it to get a sample, and then we test it again with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of blood. And because luminol isn't specific to blood, we need a second test to determine if there is potentially blood present. And so we always follow up any positive luminol areas with a test, well, presumptive test called phenolphthalein, excuse me.
And did Greg Leatherberry, in this case, perform those tests?
I performed the phenolphthaleins. I think Greg may have assisted with that, but he collected all of those samples.
Okay. And did he perform, oh, you did the phenolphthalein though?
Yes.
Okay. And so going back to slide 5, did you swab and test any of that, slide 5?
Yes, we did.
And did it test positive for blood?
It did. Presumptive positive for blood. Yes.
Sure. And slide 6, did you swab or test any of those areas?
I did.
And did any of those test positive, presumptive for blood?
It did.
All right. Slide 8. Oops, I'm sorry. I went to 9. Slide 8. What is the jury viewing in slide 8?
Slide 8 is a view across the basement from south to north. The basement stairs is off to the left. The previous views in the previous slides would have been to our right, looking down the south side of the south half of the basement area. This is looking across from then the south side of the basement to the north side of the basement.
And slide 9, what are we viewing in slide 9?
Slide 9 would be then the north side of the basement.
Slide 10?
Slide 10 is the north side basement floor.
And then slide 11. What is the jury seeing in slide 11?
Slide 11 is the north side basement floor after the application of luminol.
And did you, after applying luminol and getting some fluoresced areas, were those areas swapped?
We did swab some areas in the north side, yes.
Did you test them with phenolphthalein to see if they tested positive for blood?
We did. In this particular case, I don't recall if any of these were positive for presumptive test presence of blood.
Sure, so it might have been bleach or some other cleaning agent.
Correct.
What is the jury looking at in slide 12?
This is the basement floor on the, again, on the north side, but closer to the stairs that leading down to the basement or leading up to the foyer.
And slide 13.
This is the same area, however, with after the application of luminol.
And how would you describe these results on slide 13?
These gave a very strong reaction to the presence of luminol. I believe that we also had a couple positive reactions to the presumptive test of phenolphthalein as well. But there were some footwear impressions, apparent footwear impressions in blood in this area. And you can see that in this photograph.
How would you describe slide 14?
Slide 14 then is a view from the north side of the basement toward the stairs leading up to the foyer.
And slide 15?
15?
Yes.
Slide 15 is an image of the family room. This goes, there's a fireplace there. These are also some stairs that lead up to the upper floor. A kitchen in the background there. And the foyer is off to the right. 16?
16, and then right there, 16.
16. 16 is the fireplace hearth with a floor in front of that. Appeared that there was doing some construction in this, or renovating in this room.
Slide 17, just another view.
Yep, just another view of the same thing.
And slide 18. How would you describe slide 18 to the jury?
Slide 18 is the same view as previous view. However, after the application of luminol, this particular view would indicate there was some solution or a wetting of the surface that had occurred here. You can see that there's a little bit of a movement in drainage, or
You really can't see it, okay? From the trial footage, we can't see it, but hopefully, obviously, the jury got to see it.
there's a flow pattern, for instance, for lack of better terminology here, of that luminescing area.
And
So
is-
possible cleanup as well.
And your training and experience with luminol, are you also trained in blood stain pattern or blood splatter analysis?
Yes.
Is there anything you can say about the blood staining of the basement area?
Well, you can see that there's a couple of very bright stains that are luminescing very brightly with blue. Those would be stains that are not necessarily diluted with any kind of a substance or a liquid. Those are fairly strong stains. The stains that we could visibly see in this area appeared to be more of a drip or a contact transfer.
And I'm going to go back a few slides and ask you about the blood pattern. Is there anything, this slide in the basement, slide 13, is there anything you can say about the blood pattern in that slide?
The only thing that this is a real complex situation, I'd say, with a lot of different things going on. These are mostly transfers or just the contact of blood onto a surface. There's also some patterns then that would be consistent with footwear in blood. There's also drip patterns there as well. And there's some spatter stains off to the side or onto vertical surfaces near this.
And I'm going to go back to slide 5. Is there anything you can say about the pattern there?
These patterns are more general in that and diffuse in that it appears that there's been some wiping or cleanup.
I'm going to go back to, I believe we were at 17. Slide 18 we already talked about. Slide 19, how would you describe slide 19?
In slide 19, these had some, or we have some visible stains. And the ones that are already marked were ones that Deputy Leatherberry had visibly seen and marked with these labels, adhesive labels.
And slide 20.
20 is an image taken after the application of luminol. You can see there that there's many more stains that are visible now due to the application of the luminol. These stains are very similar in characteristic, size, and shape as the visible stains that you could see and that were already marked.
Are you able to say anything about the pattern of or splatter of these stains?
These look like stains that were drip utilized in, or that are produced from gravity alone acting upon the bloody source with the blood dripping straight to the floor. There were a couple of stains that you can see some movement toward the bottom right that are somewhat smeared. These could be consistent with swipes or wipes.
Exhibit 21, a view before you luminoled.
This is the foyer. The front door is off to the left. The garage entrance is up toward the top of the photograph. And this is from the location at the top of the basement stairs.
Slide 22, how would you describe slide 22?
The entrance to the front of the house, entrance to the left at the end of that rug, and then the entrance to the garage there at the top with the door open.
And finally, slide 23. What do you see in slide 23?
Slide 23 is in following the application of luminol. We had a positive reaction to the presence of luminol here, just inside the garage door. And this had a pattern to it. It had appeared to be a contact transfer with the shape of a possible container that may have had blood on the surface of it.
And just like with the vehicles, again, if items such as a plastic tarp or other barriers were used, would that prevent you from finding blood with luminol?
Well, anything that would prevent blood from contacting a surface, which was then ultimately applied or had luminol applied to it, would not indicate or give a positive reaction to the presence of luminol.
And if blood was cleaned up with hydrogen peroxide, would you be able to find any traces of it?
Well, with luminol, because hydrogen peroxide is part of the formula of the luminol itself, it would not give a reaction. It would indicate that cleanup had occurred. It would be, but however, the hypochlorite or bleach does give a positive, negative positive, false positive for luminol.
Are you familiar with lemon at all as a potential cleaning agent?
Well, I've heard of lemons possibly being used as cleaning agents. Lemons have citric acid, and we're all familiar with vinegar, which is acetic acid. So we know that acetic acid is a cleaning agent. It's a mild acid used in removal of mineral stains and things like that, or metal staining and things on that order. So, and mineral deposits. So lemons can be used as a cleaning agent.
It's also a nice deodorizer. Smells good.
Yes, vinegar does have a sour odor to it, whereas lemons would not have that.
And Analyst Stahlke, did you test this last stain, slide 23, for blood?
I don't recall. If we collected it, we would have tested it. And since we collected it, pretty sure I would have tested it with phenolphthalein.
Fair enough. And the chemical compound H2O2, is that the chemical formula for hydrogen peroxide?
It is.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
So I'm a bit confused. You said earlier that it could be blood, whatever is illuminating from the luminol, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the other assumption is that it could be bleach, correct?
Correct.
So whenever we see something illuminated on that TV or on the photographs, it could be bleach, yes?
Could be one or the other or both, yes.
And the only way you'd be able to do that is by doing that additional testing that you talked about with the phenolphthalein, correct?
That would give us more confidence that it is blood, yes.
And I believe you said that there were some areas where it couldn't be detected if what was being illuminated was in fact blood. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Sure, yeah. I believe you had mentioned that there was some spots where it was illuminated and you did test for the presence of blood, but nothing was located or no further testing was done.
When we got a positive reaction for luminol, I would go to the area that had the strongest luminescence or fluorescence and swab that area. We then conducted a phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for phenolphthalein or for blood. We had several negative tests, but we also had positive tests for the presence of blood. So there could be a combination of both things going on there.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. And these areas were swabbed and samples were collected in the course of this luminol?
It was, yes.
And those were later sent to some of your colleagues at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
It would have been tested later on, yes.
All right, nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so
Released
much,
from
sir.
my subpoena then as well?
Is he released from his subpoena?
We'll talk later about that, but not for right now.
Not for right now. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
The processing of evidence and presentation will continue tomorrow, and I appreciate all of your attentiveness today.
Okay, so that was day 5 that we've now completed together. If you missed day 1, 2, 3, or 4, please go and check it out, because we'll only be live again tomorrow for day 6, so you've got some time, I think, to catch up if you want to. Everything is timestamped for you, so I would recommend, off the top of my head, Chandler Halderson's brothers. He testified on day 1, so check that out. Then there was also, of course, his girlfriend at the time, Kat Melander, who testified, and that was on day 3. So did her mother, and so did her mother's partner. Those are some very important days as well. And if you just navigate through the timestamps, day 2 was all the ring cam footage of Chandler going around to the neighbors' houses. All the key moments are there, so you could catch up. If you feel overwhelmed, please don't, because it's all defluff for you. You can watch it a little bit faster speed, 1.25 or something, and then you'll be caught up in no time. Okay, so what we're going to do now is teleport. Some people don't know what that means, so I'm going to play the outro, wait for the outro to finish, and then you should automatically be redirected by YouTube. They will transport you, okay, on the Grizzly teleporter to the next stream, and then you click notify me, and then I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to start around the same time as we did every day so far. So that'll be on January 2nd of 2024. So thank you so much for being here. Thanks everyone for all the support, for joining Patreon, and just for all the behind-the-scenes support as well. You can go to my website, grizzlytruecrime.com, to figure out how to do all of those things. And of course, for being here, liking, sharing, commenting. Looking forward to reading your comments after the stream as well in the comments section. And thanks for all the stickers. And mods, you know you're the best. Thank you so much. So are we ready to teleport? While I play the outro, in case anyone's scared that they don't get teleported, I'll also post the link for day 6, okay? So have a wonderful evening. I'm going to make some late dinner now. It's almost 9:45. It's a little late for me, but I'm going to do that, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.